The sound is the first thing you notice, a low hum that is always there. It's the sound of the engine, the distant wail of a siren, the chorus of car horns rising and falling in the afternoon heat. You are sitting in traffic, a river of steel and glass that has slowed to a crawl, and the world outside feels loud and impatient. But the noise outside is nothing compared to the storm within. Your phone, lying on the seat beside you, pulses with a quiet light, a notification, another email from work, a headline about a world in turmoil, a comment on a photo you posted this morning, a reminder for a meeting you are already late for. Each pulse is a small pebble dropped into the already turbulent waters of your mind. There is a tightness in your chest, a familiar friend called anxiety. There is the weight of expectation, the pressure to achieve, to become, to acquire, and underneath it all, there is a quieter, more unsettling feeling, a sense of emptiness, a question that whispers in the moments between the noise. Is this all there is? This is not just a bad day. For so many of us, this has become the background radiation of modern life, a race with no finish line, a constant striving for a peace that is always just one more achievement, one more purchase, one more vacation away. We look for sanctuary in all the wrong places, hoping that the next promotion will finally make us feel secure, that the new car will fill the void, that the perfect relationship will silence the restless narrator in our heads. But the relief, when it comes, is fleeting, like writing your name in the sand just before the tide rolls in. What if the solution was not to be found somewhere out there, in the world of things and accomplishments? What if the path to peace was not about adding more, but about understanding what is already here? There is a way, an ancient path that was laid down more than 2,500 years ago, designed specifically to address this timeless human predicament. It is not a religion that demands blind faith or a set of dogmas to be accepted without question. Rather, it is a science of the mind, a practical set of tools and insights for looking inward, for understanding the nature of our own suffering, and for liberating ourselves from it. It is an invitation to turn our attention away from the chaos of the world and toward the one place where true, lasting peace can actually be found within the landscape of our own consciousness. This is a journey from chaos to clarity, a journey into the heart of Buddhist wisdom, offered as a guide for the anxious mind in a modern world. To begin a journey of healing, a doctor must first make a diagnosis. They cannot prescribe a treatment without first understanding the nature of the ailment. They must look clearly, honestly, and without judgment at the symptoms, at the root of the pain. The Buddhist path begins in precisely the same way. It does not start with a commandment from on high or a demand for faith in the unseen. It begins with a simple, courageous, and profoundly compassionate diagnosis of the human condition. It begins with the first noble truth, the truth of dukkha. Now, the word dukkha from the ancient Pali language is often translated into English as suffering, and this single word, more than any other, has perhaps led to the greatest misunderstanding of this path. To the Western ear, suffering sounds heavy, dramatic, and deeply pessimistic. It conjures images of immense tragedy, of famine, war, and devastating loss. It suggests that the Buddhist worldview is one of gloom and despair, a life-denying philosophy that sees only the negative. But this is a profound misreading of its intent. The word dukkha is far more subtle, nuanced, and encompassing than the English word suffering can convey. Imagine a finely crafted wooden wheel made by a master artisan. It is almost perfectly round, but not quite. There is a single tiny imperfection, a slight deviation from true center. When this wheel is attached to an axle and begins to turn, the ride will not always be a catastrophe. It will not always feel like a crash, but on every single rotation, there will be a subtle bump, a slight friction, a feeling of being just a little bit off kilter. That is dukkha. It is not just the agony of the crash, it is the pervasive, persistent, low-grade friction of an imperfect journey. A better translation for dukkha might be dissatisfaction, or unease, or stress. It is the inherent unsatisfactoriness of a life lived without clear seeing. It is the feeling that something is fundamentally out of joint. It is the background hum of anxiety we spoke of earlier, the quiet ache of incompleteness that follows us even into our most joyful moments. To acknowledge dukkha is not to say that life is all misery. It is to say that within our ordinary human experience, there is this inherent friction, and that this friction is worthy of our gentle, compassionate investigation. The teachings break down this universal experience of dukkha into three distinct, though overlapping categories. The first is the most obvious, the one we would all readily identify as suffering. It is called dukkha, which can be translated as the dukkha of pain or the dukkha of ordinary suffering. This is the raw, undeniable pain of existence. It is the headache that throbs behind your eyes. It is the chronic ache in your back. It is the sharp, searing grief that comes with the death of a loved one. It is the sting of betrayal from a friend, the hollow feeling of rejection, the shame of a public failure. It is the anxiety of a medical diagnosis, the terror of violence, the quiet despair of loneliness. This form of dukkha needs little explanation, because we have all felt it. It is an unavoidable part of having a body that can get sick, injured, and old, and a heart that can be broken. The Buddhist path does not for a moment deny the reality of this pain. It does the opposite. It asks us to look at it, to acknowledge its presence without turning away, to admit, yes, this is here. This is a part of life. There is a famous story that illustrates this truth with heartbreaking clarity. It is the story of a woman named Kisagotami. She lived a happy life until her young son fell ill and died. Consumed by a grief so powerful it bordered on madness, she refused to accept his death. Clutching his small, lifeless body, she went from house to house, from neighbor to neighbor, begging for a medicine that could bring him back. Some turned away from her in pity. Others thought she had lost her mind. But one wise person, seeing her immense pain, directed her to the Buddha. She ran to him, laid her son at his feet, and pleaded for the miracle medicine. The Buddha looked at her with infinite compassion and said that, yes, he could help her, but first, she must bring him a single mustard seed. There was one condition. The mustard seed had to come from a house where no one had ever died. Hopeful, Kisagotami began her search. She went to the first house, and they readily offered her a handful of seeds. But when she asked if anyone in this house had ever experienced a death, they looked at her with sadness. The living are few, they said, but the dead are many. Do not remind us of our deepest grief. She went to the next house, and the next, and the next. In every home, she heard the same story. A husband, a wife, a parent, a child, a sibling. Every family had been touched by the hand of death. As the sun began to set, the truth slowly dawned on her, not as a harsh intellectual concept, but as a deep, embodied understanding. Her own personal, isolating grief was not hers alone. It was a shared, universal sorrow, the inheritance of all human beings. In that moment, her frantic search for a cure for her son's death transformed into a quest for a cure for her own suffering. She returned to the Buddha, no longer asking for a magical seed, but ready to hear the truth. The first step in her healing was not the denial of her pain, but the universal acceptance of it. The second category of dukkha is more subtle, and it strikes at the very heart of our search for happiness. It is called viparinama dukkha, the dukkha of change. This is the stress and dissatisfaction that arises from the fact that even our pleasant experiences are impermanent. Everything changes. Nothing lasts. This is a truth we know intellectually, but our hearts constantly fight against it. Think of the most perfect vacation you've ever had. The sun is warm, the food is delicious, the company is perfect. And yet, somewhere in the back of your mind, a little voice whispers, "Only 3 days left." That whisper, that subtle anxiety that this perfect moment must end, is viparinama, dukkha. It is the bittersweet feeling of watching your child laugh, knowing that this moment of pure innocence is fleeting. It is the anxiety that can creep into a happy relationship, the fear that this love might fade or be lost. It is the emptiness that follows the thrill of a new purchase or a major accomplishment. We spend our lives chasing pleasant feelings and moments of happiness. And when we get them, we try to grasp them, to hold on to them with a white-knuckled grip. But they are like sand. The tighter we squeeze, the faster they slip through our fingers. This clinging to what is pleasant and the inevitable pain of its passing is a profound source of our dissatisfaction. Our modern world is built on the promise of lasting happiness through external means. But this truth reveals the flaw in that promise. The very nature of pleasant experiences is that they are temporary, and our resistance to this fact creates a constant, underlying friction. This leads us to the third and most profound level, sankhara, dukkha, the dukkha of conditioned existence. This is the most difficult to grasp, because it is the very fabric of our moment-to-moment experience. It is the background static of dissatisfaction that arises simply from being a self in the world. What we call ourself is not a solid, unchanging entity. It is a complex, ever-shifting process, a collection of physical sensations, feelings, perceptions, thoughts, and consciousness, all arising and passing away from moment to moment. There is no permanent, solid you in charge of the operation. This constant flux, this lack of a stable core, creates a subtle but pervasive sense of insecurity and unease. It is the feeling of being fundamentally groundless. It is the existential anxiety that drives us to constantly prop up our sense of self through possessions, accomplishments, beliefs, and relationships. We are trying to make something solid out of a process that is inherently fluid. This is the deepest level of dukkha, the bumpiness of the wheel on every single rotation, simply because of the way it is constructed. It is the general, unsatisfactory nature of being a conditioned being in a conditioned world, subject to birth, aging, sickness, and death. It is so pervasive, so constant, that we often don't even notice it, like the hum of a refrigerator that you only become aware of when it suddenly stops. So, when the Buddha declared the first noble truth, he was not making a pessimistic judgment about the world. He was making a courageous and realistic diagnosis. He was saying, look, let us be honest with ourselves. There is this quality of friction, of unease, of dissatisfaction in our lives. It manifests as obvious pain, as the stress of change, and as a deep, underlying existential hum. Seeing this, acknowledging this, is the first step. It is not an act of resignation. It is an act of empowerment. To name our ailment is to begin the process of healing it. It is to shift from being a passive victim of our circumstances to an active investigator of our own experience. We are no longer running from the truth of our discomfort. We are turning, with kindness and curiosity, to face it. And this brave act of seeing things as they are opens the door to the next question, the next noble truth. If this is the diagnosis, then what is the cause? If the first noble truth is the honest and courageous diagnosis of our shared condition, the fundamental disease of dukkha, then the second noble truth is the work of a master physician, tracing that symptom back to its source. It answers the most crucial question: why? Why do we experience this friction, this pervasive sense of dissatisfaction? Is the world itself flawed? Is life a cosmic mistake? The answer provided by the Buddha is both startlingly simple and profoundly empowering. The root cause of our dissatisfaction, he said, is not to be found in the world outside of us. It is not in our jobs, our relationships, or our bank accounts. The source lies within. It is an internal process, a deep, primal energy he called tanha. Translated from Pali, tanha means thirst. It can also be understood as craving, clinging, grasping, or attachment. It is not a simple wish or a healthy desire, like the desire to be kind or the wish for a friend's well-being. Tanha is a deeper, more compulsive force. It is the insatiable thirst of a mind that constantly feels it is lacking something. It is the engine that drives our restlessness, the powerful undertow that pulls us away from the peace of the present moment. Imagine being lost in a desert, your throat parched and your body dehydrated. You stumble upon a well, but the water in it is salt water. In your desperation, you drink it. For a fleeting moment, the coolness soothes your throat, but almost immediately, the salt makes your thirst even more intense, more agonizing than before. So, you drink more, and the thirst grows worse. A vicious, self-defeating cycle. This is the perfect metaphor for tanha. Our minds, feeling an inner emptiness or lack, reach out for things in the world, believing they will quench our thirst for happiness. We acquire the object, experience the pleasure, or achieve the status. And, for a moment, it seems to work. But the satisfaction is temporary, and when it fades, the underlying thirst returns, often stronger than before, demanding another drink from the saltwater well. The second noble truth, then, is this: the origin of our dissatisfaction is this internal, compulsive thirsting for things to be different than they are. It is the grasping for what we find pleasant, the pushing away of what we find unpleasant, and the ignorance of the reality that both are fleeting. This is not a moral failing. It is a deeply ingrained survival mechanism of the mind gone awry in its search for lasting security in a world where nothing is lasting. To understand this thirst more deeply, the teachings divide it into three distinct types, three channels through which this powerful energy flows. The first is the most familiar, the one that drives consumer culture and fills our days with endless wanting. It is called kama tanha, the craving for sense pleasures. This is the thirst for our senses to be in contact with pleasant objects. It is the craving for a delicious taste on the tongue, a beautiful sight for the eyes, a pleasant sound for the ears, a fragrant smell for the nose, a soothing sensation on the skin. In our modern context, this has exploded into a universe of craving. It is the reflexive reach for our smartphone, thirsting for the tiny dopamine hit of a new notification, or the visual stimulation of an endlessly scrolling feed. It is the craving for the perfect cup of coffee in the morning, the latest fashion, the faster car, the bigger house. It is the desire to be entertained, to be distracted, to fill every moment of silence or stillness with some form of sensory input, be it a podcast, a video, or music. The cycle of karma tanha is relentless. We see an advertisement for a new gadget. A desire is born. We begin to fantasize about owning it, imagining the happiness it will bring. We work to earn the money, we purchase it, and for a short time, there is a thrill, a sense of satisfaction. But almost inevitably, the novelty wears off. The gadget becomes just another object. The happiness fades, and the mind, still feeling that underlying thirst, immediately begins scanning the horizon for the next source of pleasure, the next thing to acquire. We become like ghosts with hungry mouths, forever consuming but never truly nourished. The second type of thirst is deeper, more entwined with our very sense of identity. It is bhavatana, the craving for being or for existence. This is not just a craving for things. It is the craving to be something, to become someone. It is the profound, powerful drive to solidify our ego, to establish a firm, important, and lasting identity in the world. This is the fuel of ambition. It is the desperate need to climb the corporate ladder, to achieve fame, to be recognized as special, to be seen as successful, intelligent, or virtuous. It is the subtle but powerful craving for our current life, our story, our beliefs, and our personality to continue, to persist, to not fade into oblivion. Bhavatana is the fear of being a nobody. In our culture, this manifests as the intense pressure to build a personal brand, to carefully curate our social media profiles into a highlight reel of a perfect life. We post photos of our travels, our accomplishments, our happy relationships, all in service of this deep craving to project an identity of someone who is living a worthwhile, important life. It is the resistance to our own impermanence, the deep desire for a permanent foothold in a world of constant flux. It is the thirst to exist, to matter, to leave a mark, and the deep-seated fear that we might not. This craving binds us tightly to the wheel of becoming, always striving for a future, more perfect version of ourselves, and therefore never able to rest in the simple being of who we are right now. The third type of thirst is the shadow of the second. It is vibhavatana, the craving for non-being or for annihilation. This is the desire to not be. When the pain of existence, the dukkha becomes too intense, or when our craving for being is frustrated, this dark thirst can arise. It is the wish to escape, to numb, to annihilate our present experience. In its most tragic and extreme form, it is the desire for self-destruction, but it operates in our daily lives in countless, more common ways. It is reaching for a second or third glass of wine after a stressful day, not for the taste, but for the fuzzy oblivion it offers. It is binge-watching an entire season of a show in a single weekend to avoid the silence of our own minds. It is losing ourselves for hours in video games, doom-scrolling through negative news, or using any substance or activity to numb a painful emotion. Vibhavatana is the urge to make things disappear. It is the anger that wishes an annoying person would just go away. It is the frustration that wants a difficult task to be over. It is the deep aversion to a feeling of sadness or fear, the internal command to get rid of this. It is the craving for a reality without this unpleasant thing in it. It is the thirst for oblivion, the desperate push against the door of what is, trying to force it shut. There is a powerful Buddhist parable that perfectly captures the deluded and self-harming nature of tanha. It is the story of a starving dog that finds a bone, but the bone has been lying under the sun for months. It is completely dry, stripped of all meat, all marrow. It is little more than a calcium rock, Yet the dog, driven by its desperate hunger, begins to gnaw on it frantically. It chews and chews, its powerful jaws working for hours, but it gets no nourishment. It exhausts itself, but its hunger is so great that it cannot stop. In its frantic gnawing, its own gums begin to bleed. Tasting the warm, metallic flavor of its own blood, the dog becomes excited. It mistakenly believes that the nourishment, the flavor, is finally coming from the bone. This illusion drives it to gnaw with even greater ferocity, injuring itself more and more, caught in a self-perpetuating cycle of effort, pain, and delusion, all for a reward that was never there to begin with. We are that dog. The dry bones are the objects of our craving, the fleeting pleasures, the egoic accomplishments, the temporary states of numbness. They hold no lasting, intrinsic nourishment. The small tastes of pleasure we get from them are often mixed with the cost to our own well-being, our own peace of mind, our own blood. Yet, deluded by the thirst of tanha, we believe the happiness lies in the bone, and so we keep gnawing, perpetually dissatisfied, perpetually injuring ourselves in the pursuit. It is crucial to see that craving's inseparable partner is aversion. They are two sides of the very same coin. Craving is the pulling towards the pleasant. Aversion is the pushing away of the unpleasant. When we crave a peaceful evening and are met with loud neighbors, aversion arises. When we crave success and are met with failure, frustration arises. Our state of unease is a constant dance between these two energies, a mind perpetually at war with the present moment, demanding it conform to its wishes. But the message of the second noble truth is ultimately one of profound hope. The cause of our suffering is not some original sin, or a flawed universe, or a punishment from a deity. It is an internal, recognizable mental process called tanha. It is a habit, and because it is a habita, deeply ingrained, powerful habit, but a habit nonetheless, it can be understood, it can be observed, and through practice, its power over us can be gently, gradually, and compassionately released. The problem is not out there, it is in here, and so the solution must also be found in here. This realization turns our attention inward, to the very place where this thirst arises, the mind itself. What is the nature of this mind that thirsts so powerfully? What are its patterns, its habits, its tendencies? To find the cure, we must first understand the patient. We must get to know our own mind. We have now followed the physician's path. We have made a diagnosis, identifying the pervasive ache of dukkha, and we have traced its origin to the inner pathogen of tanha, the insatiable thirst of craving and aversion. Now, we must ask a practical question. Where does this pathogen live? What is the environment in which this thirst arises and thrives? The answer, the entire field of practice for the Buddhist path, is the human mind itself. And to describe the ordinary, untrained state of this mind, the tradition has offered one of the most brilliant and instantly recognizable metaphors ever conceived: the monkey mind. Imagine not one monkey, but a whole troop of them, living inside a vast, ancient tree with 1,000,000 branches. These monkeys are agitated, restless, and completely undisciplined. They are never still. They swing wildly from one branch to the next, screeching and chattering, grabbing for one piece of fruit only to drop it and leap for another. The branches of this tree are your thoughts, your memories, your worries, your fantasies, and your plans. And the monkeys are the chaotic, untamed energy of your awareness, swinging wildly from one to the other, without purpose, without rest, without peace. This is the state of the ordinary, untrained mind, a realm of beautiful potential, given over to chaos. Let us watch these monkeys for a moment and observe their habits. Their first and most ingrained habit is a form of frantic time travel. The monkeys are almost never on the branch of the present moment. They are either swinging backwards into the past or flinging themselves headlong into the future. The branches of the past are well worn. The mind swings to the branch of regret, replaying a foolish mistake from years ago, feeling the hot flush of shame as if it were happening right now. It swings to a branch of nostalgia, reliving a past glory, a moment of happiness that is long gone, creating a painful contrast with the present. It swings to a branch of old anger, rehearsing a conversation with someone who wronged us, feeling the bitter taste of resentment all over again. Then, just as quickly, the monkeys fling themselves into the thickets of the future. This is the realm of anxiety. They rehearse for disasters that have not happened and likely never will. They swing to the branch of financial worry, the branch of health concerns, the branch of what others might think of us. They create elaborate, multi-act plays of doom and gloom, and our bodies react as if the threat were real, flooding our system with stress hormones. This constant travel between a past that is gone and a future that does not exist means we are absent from the only place where life is actually happening, right here, right now. The second habit of the monkey mind is to provide a constant, running commentary on everything. It is a tireless inner narrator and judge. As you go about your day, this voice is always chattering, labeling, and evaluating every single experience. I like this. I don't like that. This is good. This is bad. I am good at this. I am terrible at that. I should have said this. I must remember to do that. This inner judge is often mercilessly critical. It compares your reality to an impossible ideal. It scrolls through the curated lives of others on social media and finds your own life lacking. It magnifies your flaws and minimizes your strengths. This constant stream of judgment is the very soil in which the seeds of Tanna are planted. When the mind judges something as good or pleasant, the craving to have it and hold on to it arises. When it judges something as bad or unpleasant, the aversion, the craving for it to be gone, immediately follows. The narrator isn't just an innocent voice. It is the master of ceremonies for our own dissatisfaction, constantly creating the division and tension that is the essence of dukkha. Finally, the monkey mind is fundamentally allergic to stillness. It is a distraction-seeking engine. The moment there is a lull in external stimulation, the monkeys become agitated. They cannot bear the silence. Think of the impulse to pull out your phone while waiting in a checkout line for 30 seconds. Think of the need to turn on the television or a podcast the moment you walk into a quiet house. This is the monkey mind demanding its food. It needs drama. It needs input. It needs something to chew on. If it doesn't find it in the outside world, it will create it internally, spinning tales of worry or dredging up old memories. This is why the simple act of sitting down to do nothing can feel so incredibly difficult at first. It is a direct confrontation with this deep-seated habit of restlessness. It is like telling a hyperactive child to sit perfectly still in a corner. The mind rebels, seeking any escape from the simple, unadorned reality of the present moment. Faced with this internal chaos, our first, most natural instinct is to fight. We try to silence the monkeys. We tell ourselves, stop thinking, or I need to clear my mind. We try to suppress the anxious thoughts or push away the unpleasant memories. But this is the most common and futile mistake. Trying to fight the mind is like trying to flatten the waves of the ocean with an iron. The effort itself creates more waves. The act of suppression is an act of violence against ourselves, and it only gives more energy to the very thoughts we are trying to get rid of. It is the paradox of don't think of a pink elephant. The command itself forces the image into your mind. When we fight our thoughts, we are treating our mind like a battlefield. We are creating an inner war, with good thoughts pitted against bad thoughts. And me, as the exhausted soldier, caught in the middle. The Buddhist path offers a radically different approach. It suggests we change the metaphor. The mind is not a battlefield to be won. It is a wild animal to be befriended. It is not an enemy to be destroyed. It is a companion to be tamed. This process of compassionate taming is beautifully illustrated in a series of Zen teachings known as the 10 ox herding pictures, which tell the story of a farmer and his wild buffalo. In the beginning, the farmer, who represents the practitioner, realizes that his buffalo, representing his wild, untamed mind, has run off. He doesn't even know what it looks like, but he knows it is gone. So he begins to search, and soon he finds its tracks in the mud. These are the first moments of mindfulness, when we first begin to notice the chaotic tracks our thoughts leave behind. Eventually, he follows the tracks and catches a glimpse of the buffalo. It is a powerful, dark, and formidable creature, charging through the undergrowth. This is the moment we first truly see the raw, untamed power of our own mind, and it can be intimidating. The farmer, with great effort, manages to get a rope through the buffalo's nose. The rope represents the tools of practice, like the anchor of the breath in meditation. The instant the buffalo feels the rope, it goes wild. It thrashes and pulls, dragging the poor farmer through mud and thorns. This is the difficult, early stage of practice, when the mind rebels fiercely against any attempt to guide it. It pulls us back into old habits, into distraction and worry, and the struggle feels immense. But the farmer is not trying to kill the buffalo. He is patient. He holds the rope firmly but gently. He doesn't engage in a battle of wills. He simply provides a steady, persistent guidance. Slowly, over time, the buffalo's struggles begin to lessen. It starts to get used to the rope. Its wild, dark color begins to lighten. It starts to walk alongside the farmer. This represents the mind gradually settling down through consistent, daily practice. The internal chaos begins to subside, replaced by moments of calm and clarity. Eventually, the buffalo becomes so tame, so in tune with the farmer, that the rope is no longer needed. The farmer can sit peacefully on the buffalo's back, playing his flute as they journey home together. There is no longer a struggle. The mind and the practitioner are in harmony. The mind has become not an adversary, but a powerful, reliable companion. It is no longer a wild beast to be feared, but a source of strength and stability. This parable holds the key. The goal is not to eliminate the mind, but to befriend it. The energy of the monkey mind is not inherently bad. It is just undirected and chaotic. Through gentle, patient practice, that same energy can be transformed into focused attention and profound clarity. The practice of meditation, which we will explore, is not about stopping our thoughts. It is about learning to sit peacefully on the riverbank and watch the river of thought flow by, without having to jump in and be swept away by the current. It is about giving the monkeys a single, simple task, like watching the breath, which allows them to slowly calm down. We are shifting the inner landscape from a battlefield to a laboratory. In a battlefield, there is only noise and violence. In a laboratory, there is quiet, focused observation. By taming the monkey mind, we are creating the conditions for this observation. We are creating an internal space of stability from which we can begin to see our experience with a new clarity, to investigate the nature of our cravings, and to witness the most fundamental truth of our existence, that everything, including the chatter of the monkeys themselves, is constantly changing. In the quiet space we have cultivated by beginning to befriend our monkey mind, something remarkable starts to happen. As the inner chatter subsides, even just for a moment, we begin to notice the world around us and within us with a new kind of clarity. And what we begin to see, with the force of a fundamental law of physics, is that everything is in a state of constant motion. Nothing is fixed. Nothing is permanent. Everything is flowing. This is the truth of anicca, the Pali word for impermanence. This is not a depressing philosophy designed to make us feel hopeless. It is a simple, direct, and observable fact of reality. Anicca is not a belief to be adopted. It is a characteristic of existence to be seen for oneself. It is, perhaps, the single most important insight on the path to freedom, because it reveals the very reason why our craving, our tanha, always leads to dissatisfaction. Our thirst for security and permanence is aimed at a world where neither can ever be found. We are trying to build a solid fortress on the surface of a flowing river. The friction from this impossible effort is the very essence of our unease. Let us first look at the world outside ourselves. The evidence of anicca is so abundant that we have become blind to it. Look at the seasons. Winter's stark, skeletal branches do not remain. They swell with buds, which burst into the vibrant, lush green of summer, but that fullness does not last. It mellows into the fiery golds and reds of autumn, which then fall, returning to the quiet sleep of winter once more. The cycle is constant. The magnificent oak tree outside your window that seems so solid, so permanent, is in a slow-motion dance of change, shedding leaves, growing new rings, its roots subtly shifting the earth beneath it. Look at the sky. A cloud is the perfect teacher of impermanence. It forms, seemingly from nothing, drifts across the blue canvas in a unique and beautiful shape, and then dissolves back into the formless expanse. You can never find the same cloud twice. Even the mountains, our very symbols of eternal solidity, are subject to anicca. Over millennia, the relentless work of wind, rain, and ice grinds them down, turning rock into sand. The mighty river carving a canyon is never the same river from one moment to the next. New water is always flowing through it. Our human world tells the same story. The new car, gleaming in the driveway, will inevitably get a scratch. Its engine will wear down, and its paint will fade. Our favorite sweater will develop a hole. The cities we live in are in constant flux, with old buildings being torn down and new ones rising to take their place. Nations and empires that once seemed invincible have crumbled into dust, their monuments now just tourist attractions, whispers of a time that is gone forever. To see this is not to be cynical, it is to be realistic. The nature of all compounded things, from mountains to machines, is to arise, exist for a period, and then pass away. This truth becomes far more personal and transformative when we turn our gaze inward. We tend to believe that while the world outside may change, there is a solid, unchanging me at the center of it all. But the practice of observation reveals this to be an illusion. Let us look at the components of this so-called self. First, there is the body. We cling to it and identify with it so strongly, yet it is a masterclass in impermanence. At this very moment, millions of your cells are dying, and millions of new ones are being born. The air you breathed in a moment ago is now part of you, and the air you just breathed out has been released. The food you ate for breakfast is being transformed into energy. Your body is not a static object. It is a dynamic process. The body you have today is not the same body you had 7 years ago, or even yesterday. You were once a tiny infant, then a child, then an adolescent. You are aging right now, in this very moment. We spend so much energy trying to preserve a certain physical image, fighting the natural process of aging, clinging to a snapshot of ourselves from the past, all in defiance of the undeniable reality that the body is a river of change, not a statue of stone. Now, let us observe our feelings and emotions. This is where the truth of anicca can bring immediate relief. No feeling is final. Think of the greatest joy you have ever felt, the elation of falling in love, the thrill of a great success. Where is that feeling now? It has passed. It may exist as a pleasant memory, but the intense, vivid sensation of it is gone. Now think of the deepest pain you have endured, the agony of grief, the shame of humiliation. Where is it now? Its sharp edges have likely softened. The intensity has faded. It too has changed. Our emotions are like the weather. One moment, the sky of the mind is clear and sunny. The next, dark clouds of sadness or anger roll in. A storm of anxiety might rage for a while, but eventually, it passes, and the sun emerges again. Our mistake, our source of suffering, is that when the weather is pleasant, we try to nail the sun to the sky, desperately trying to make it last forever. And when the weather is stormy, we panic, believing the storm will never end. Acknowledging the impermanence of feelings allows us to adopt a new posture. We can learn to sit with our feelings, whether pleasant or unpleasant, with a sense of equanimity, knowing this, too, shall pass. And what of our thoughts? The ceaseless chatter of the monkey mind. Thoughts are the most ephemeral, the most fleeting of all phenomena. A thought arises, a wisp of smoke in the mind, lingers for a split second, and vanishes, only to be replaced by another. Our opinions, our beliefs, our ideas, the very things we use to construct our identity, are all subject to change. Think of an opinion you held strongly 10 years ago that you no longer agree with. Think of how your perspective on life has shifted over time. To build a solid sense of self upon the shifting mists of our thoughts is the ultimate act of futility. We are identifying with the clouds, rather than the vast, open sky in which they appear. There is a powerful parable that illustrates the danger of ignoring this fundamental law. A man, wanting to build his dream house, found what he thought was the perfect location, a beautiful stretch of white sand right by the edge of a calm, blue sea. He poured his life savings and all his energy into its construction. It was a magnificent house, with strong walls, a beautiful roof, and windows that looked out onto the tranquil water. He fell in love with his creation. It was his pride, his security, his identity. He would tell everyone, "This is my house. It is the strongest, most beautiful house on the coast." He spent his days polishing its floors and guarding it from intruders, his heart swelling with a sense of permanent satisfaction. In his love for the house, he paid no attention to the foundation upon which it was built, the ever-shifting sand. He paid no attention to the slow, rhythmic breathing of the ocean, the gentle rise and fall of the tides. One day, the weather turned. Dark clouds gathered, the wind began to howl, and a great storm rolled in from the sea. The tide rose higher and higher, far beyond its usual mark. Great waves, which were once so distant and peaceful, now crashed against the shore with immense force. The water began to eat away at the sand beneath the man's magnificent house. The foundation dissolved, and with a great groaning sound, the house he loved, the source of his identity and security, collapsed into the churning waves and was washed away, leaving not a trace behind. The man was left on the shore with nothing, weeping in despair. The wisdom of this story is not that we shouldn't build houses, or love things, or enjoy life. The wisdom is that we must understand the nature of the ground on which we build. Our suffering does not come from the fact that things change. It comes because we build our happiness and security on things that are inherently changeable: possessions, our relationships, our status, our youth, our very feelings and thoughts, and then we act shocked and betrayed when the inevitable storm of change arrives and the tide washes them away. We suffer because our deepest craving, our tanha, is for permanence, while the deepest law of the universe, anicca, is impermanence. Our suffering is the friction generated by this fundamental conflict. To truly, deeply understand anicca is to begin to dismantle this conflict. It is to start loosening our white-knuckled grip on life. When we know that pleasant moments are fleeting, we can learn to savor them more fully, without the anxiety of trying to make them last forever. When we know that painful moments are also fleeting, we can learn to endure them with more patience and less fear, knowing that the storm will pass. This insight is not pessimistic. It is the gateway to a profound sense of ease and freedom. It introduces a flexibility and resilience into the mind. We begin to learn how to bend like a willow in the wind, rather than standing rigid like an oak, only to be snapped in two. We are learning how to surf the waves of life, rather than trying to command the ocean to be still. This understanding is the ground upon which true practice is built. To stay balanced on this surfboard of impermanence, we need an anchor, a tool that can keep us steady in the present moment, right in the heart of the flow. And that tool, the most simple and powerful one we possess, is our own breath. We have journeyed through the foundational truths of our human experience. We have looked with courage at the diagnosis of dukkha, the pervasive dissatisfaction of a mind at odds with reality. We have identified its source in tanha, the insatiable thirst for things to be other than they are. We have met the restless, chattering monkey mind that serves as tanha's playground. And we have witnessed the universal law of anicca, the impermanence that reveals why our search for solid ground is so often frustrated. We stand, then, at a crucial juncture. If everything is in flux, if our thoughts are fleeting and our feelings are like weather, where can we possibly find a place to stand? Where is the anchor in this ceaseless storm? The answer offered by the Buddha is one of elegant genius, a paradox that holds the key to liberation. We find our stability not by grasping for something solid and permanent, but by resting our attention on a process that is itself a perfect embodiment of impermanence, the simple, humble, and ever-present rhythm of our own breath. This practice is known as anapanasati, which translates as mindfulness of breathing. It is the cornerstone of formal meditation, the primary tool for taming the wild mind, and the gateway to all the profound insights that follow. But why the breath? Of all the things we could focus on, why this simple, automatic bodily function? The wisdom in this choice is manifold. Firstly, the breath is always with us. It is the most loyal companion we will ever have. From the first cry of birth to the final exhalation of death, it is there. You do not need any special equipment to find it. You do not need to be in a quiet monastery or a beautiful natural setting. You can find your breath while sitting in a traffic jam, while waiting in a line, while in a difficult business meeting, or while lying in bed, unable to sleep. It is the ultimate portable refuge, a sanctuary that is always available, completely free of charge. Secondly, the breath is always, and without exception, in the present moment. You cannot breathe in the past. You cannot exhale in the future. To be aware of the breath is, by definition, to be here, now. In a mind that loves to time travel into the regrets of yesterday and the anxieties of tomorrow, the breath is the anchor that moors us firmly in the harbor of the present, the only place where life is actually lived. Furthermore, the breath is wonderfully neutral and non-conceptual. A thought comes with a story, an emotion comes with a charge, but the physical sensation of air moving in and out of your body is just a raw sensation. It is pre-narrative. It carries no inherent drama. It simply is what it is. This gives the chattering mind a simple, clean, and uncomplicated object to rest upon, a respite from the complex and often exhausting world of stories, judgments, and concepts. Finally, the breath is a perfect mirror of our inner state. It is a direct link between the mind and the body. When you are anxious or frightened, your breath becomes rapid, shallow, and constricted. When you are angry, it can become hot and forceful. When you are calm and relaxed, the breath naturally becomes deep, slow, and smooth. This connection is a two-way street. By simply observing the breath without judgment, we can learn an immense amount about our current mental and emotional state. And by gently inviting the breath to become calmer and deeper, we can directly influence our nervous system, soothing the mind from the body up. The breath, then, is not just an arbitrary point of focus. It is the perfect tool, a divinely engineered biofeedback mechanism for the cultivation of peace and wisdom. So, let us embark on this practice together, not as a chore or a challenge, but as an act of profound self-kindness. Let us explore, step by detailed step, how to use this anchor. The first step is to find a posture that embodies both dignity and ease. You can sit on a cushion on the floor, perhaps with your legs crossed, or you can sit on a chair with your feet flat on the ground. The key is to keep your back straight, but not stiff. Imagine your spine is a stack of golden coins, balanced one on top of the other, rising up from your hips to the base of your skull. Allow your shoulders to relax, to drop away from your ears. Let your hands rest comfortably in your lap or on your knees. Tuck your chin just slightly, as if you were holding a small piece of fruit underneath it. This helps to lengthen the back of your neck. You can either gently close your eyes, which can help reduce visual distractions, or you can leave them slightly open, with a soft, unfocused gaze directed a few feet in front of you on the floor. This posture is not about creating tension. It is about cultivating an attitude. It is the posture of a quiet mountain, both grounded and majestic. It sends a message to the mind. For these next few moments, we are choosing to be present, alert, and awake. Now, with the posture established, you can gently bring your awareness to the reason you are here. You can form a soft intention in your mind, an invitation to yourself, something like, for these next few minutes, I give myself permission to let go of all my planning and worrying. I offer myself this time as a gift of peace. This isn't a rigid command, but a gentle release, an inner exhale of all the burdens you carry. You are setting a tone of kindness and curiosity for the practice. You are not here to fight with yourself or to achieve some perfect state of blissful emptiness. You are simply here to be with yourself, just as you are. With this kind intention, you can now begin to search for the physical sensations of your breath. Where do you feel it most vividly? There is no single right answer, and it is helpful to explore a few locations. You might bring your attention to the very tip of your nostrils. Rest your awareness there and just wait. See if you can feel the subtle sensation of the cool air as it enters your nostrils on the in-breath, and then notice the slightly warmer air as it passes over the same spot on the out-breath. You might notice a slight tickle or the faint whisper of its sound. It is a very subtle sensation, so you must bring a very gentle and focused attention to it. Or perhaps you feel the breath more clearly in the chest area. You can rest your awareness there and notice the gentle expansion on the in-breath, the feeling of the ribs rising and opening, and then the gentle deflation on the out-breath, the sense of release and letting go. For many people, the most grounding place to feel the breath is in the abdomen. You can place your attention on your belly and notice how it gently rises, like a balloon softly inflating on the in-breath, and how it gently falls on the out-breath. This encourages deeper, diaphragmatic breathing, which is naturally calming. Take a minute to explore these different anchor points, and then choose one to be your home base for the practice. Once you have found your anchor, the instruction is radically simple. Just rest your attention there. Let your mind settle on the feeling of the rising and falling, the entering and exiting of the breath. The key here is that you are feeling the breath, not thinking about it. You are not saying to yourself, "Now I am breathing in, now I am breathing out." You are simply resting in the raw, physical sensation of it. Try to follow the entire arc of a single breath, from the very beginning of the inhalation, through the brief pause at the top, without forcing it, without controlling it. And now comes the most important instruction of all. Inevitably, your mind will wander. This is not a mistake. It is not a sign that you are a bad meditator. It is simply the nature of the untrained mind, the habit of the monkey. You will be sitting there, intending to watch your breath, and suddenly you will find yourself composing an email in your head, replaying a conversation from yesterday, or worrying about what to have for dinner. The moment you notice this has happened, that is the moment of mindfulness. That is the moment of victory. In that instant, you have woken up from the dream of thought. The response to this moment of waking up is the entire practice in microcosm. First, you simply and gently recognize, the mind has wandered. I have been thinking. That's it. There is no need for scolding or frustration. You wouldn't scold a puppy for wandering off. You would simply and gently guide it back. You must treat your own mind with at least as much kindness. Second, you gently let go of the thought or the storyline. You don't need to analyze why you were thinking about that particular thing or follow it to its conclusion. You just release it, like letting go of a stone you were holding in your hand. And third, you gently and kindly escort your attention back to your chosen anchor point, the physical sensation of the breath, and you begin again. This cycle of focusing on the breath, of the mind wandering, of noticing the wandering, and of gently returning is the practice. It is not about how long you can stay focused on the breath. It is about how many times you are willing to gently, patiently, and compassionately return. Each return is a repetition that strengthens the muscle of your attention, a moment that rewires your brain for presence and for peace. The power of this simple practice can be understood through a parable. Imagine a wise merchant who must cross a vast and treacherous desert to reach a city of great wealth and peace. This desert represents our life in samsara, the endless cycle of suffering and dissatisfaction. The city is nibbana, the state of lasting peace. The merchant, who is the practitioner, knows the dangers of this desert. There are beautiful, shimmering mirages on the horizon, images of lush oases with cool water that are not really there. These are our distracting thoughts, our fantasies of pleasure, our captivating daydreams. There are also sudden, violent sandstorms that can arise out of nowhere, blotting out the sun and leaving the traveler blind and disoriented. These are our overwhelming emotions, our rage, our panic, our despair. The wise merchant, however, has a secret weapon. He carries a small, simple, and utterly reliable compass. This compass is anapanasati, mindfulness of the breath. As the merchant walks, he sees a beautiful mirage ahead. An untrained traveler would immediately run towards it, wasting all his energy and water, only to find nothing but more sand. But the wise merchant simply notes, "Ah, a beautiful mirage," and instead of chasing it, he pulls out his compass. He checks his bearing, finds the correct direction, and continues his journey, letting the mirage dissolve behind him. This is like us noticing a distracting thought, acknowledging it without judgment, thinking, and then returning to the anchor of the breath. Then, a terrible sandstorm of anger or fear erupts. The untrained traveler would panic, run blindly, and become hopelessly lost. But the wise merchant stops. He sits down, protects himself as best he can, and waits for the storm to lose its intensity. He knows he cannot fight the storm. When the wind subsides, and he is covered in sand and completely disoriented, he does not despair. He calmly brushes himself off, pulls out his trusty compass, and once again finds his bearing. The compass, the breath, always points to the true north of the present moment, allowing him to regain his composure and continue his journey with confidence. The breath is our compass, our infallible guide through the mirages of thought and the sandstorms of emotion. It doesn't eliminate the desert's dangers, but it provides the tool to navigate them with wisdom and grace. It is important to understand that while relaxation is a very common and pleasant side effect of this practice, it is not the ultimate goal. The goal is clarity. The goal is wakefulness. We are not trying to zone out or enter a hazy trance. We are cultivating a bright, clear, and non-judgmental awareness of our own experience. This clarity, born from a stable mind, allows us to see our mental habits as they happen. We begin to see tanha, the thirst, arising in real time. We see the mind reaching for a pleasant thought or pushing away an unpleasant feeling. By seeing these habits clearly, we are no longer unconsciously controlled by them. A space begins to open up between the stimulus and our reaction, and in that space lies our freedom. This practice of resting in the breath is not meant to be confined to a meditation cushion. The breath is your refuge, available in every moment. When you are in a tense conversation, you can bring a small part of your awareness to the feeling of your breath in your body. This can keep you grounded and prevent you from reacting impulsively. When you are feeling stressed at work, you can take a moment to consciously feel the sensation of 3 full breaths, anchoring yourself in the present, rather than getting swept away by the storm of worry. This is how the practice moves from a formal exercise to a living, breathing part of your life. The more you return to the anchor of the breath, the more it becomes a source of immediate stability and peace. You can even begin to notice its more subtle qualities. Is the breath deep or shallow? Is it smooth or ragged? Is it long or short? By observing these subtleties, you are witnessing anicca, impermanence, in one of its most intimate forms. The breath is always changing, and by watching it, you are training your mind to be at peace with the nature of change itself. This practice directly soothes our physiology, encouraging the body to shift from the stressed, fight or flight response of the sympathetic nervous system to the calm, rest, and digest mode of the parasympathetic nervous system. It is ancient wisdom validated by modern science. Ultimately, anapanasati is an act of training, not just your attention, but your heart. The attitude you bring to the practice is everything. Every time your mind wanders and you return to the breath without scolding or judging yourself, you are actively practicing self-compassion. You are teaching yourself that it is okay to be imperfect. Every moment you sit with restlessness or boredom without needing to immediately escape it, you are cultivating patience. Every session you complete, no matter how chaotic it felt, is an act of gentle persistence. This practice is simple, but it is not always easy. It requires the courage to face your own inner world and the kindness to do so without aggression. The breath is the thread that leads us back home, back to the present moment, back to ourselves. It is the anchor that holds us steady in the storm, the compass that guides us through the desert, and the first and most crucial step on the path from chaos to clarity. Having established a relationship with the breath, we have found our anchor. We have discovered a quiet, reliable compass that can guide us back to the shores of the present moment whenever we are lost in the storms of thought. Now, with this newfound stability as our base, we can begin to gently broaden our field of awareness. We can move from the single point of the anchor to the entire vessel it is meant to secure. That vessel is our own body. This is the practice of the body scan, a systematic journey of exploration through the inner landscape of our physical self. For so many of us in the modern world, this is a journey of reunion, a profound homecoming. We live so much of our lives in our heads, lost in a world of concepts, plans, and digital distractions. The body becomes little more than a taxi service for the brain, a machine we use to carry our minds from one meeting to the next. We ignore its subtle signals, push past its weariness, and become disconnected from its wisdom. We don't so much inhabit our bodies as we do occupy them. The body scan is a direct antidote to this alienation. It is a practice of embodiment, of returning to our flesh and bones, and listening with patient kindness to the stories and sensations held there. Why is this so important? Because the body is where our emotional life manifests. It is the physical theater where the dramas of the mind are played out. Anxiety doesn't just exist as a worried thought. It exists as a knot in the stomach, a tightness in the chest, a coldness in the hands. Joy is not just a happy idea. It is a warmth that spreads through the chest, a lightness in the limbs. Grief can feel like a heavy weight, a physical ache that settles deep within our bones. To truly understand our emotions, to work with them skillfully, we must first learn to speak their native language, which is the language of physical sensation. The body keeps the score. It holds our unprocessed experiences, our latent tensions, and our deepest patterns of holding and resistance. The body scan is an invitation to gently explore this landscape, not to fix or change anything, but simply to listen, to feel, and to become whole again. For this practice, it is often helpful to lie down. You can lie on a mat, or a blanket on the floor, or on a bed, if it is not so soft that you will immediately fall asleep. Lie on your back, with your legs uncrossed, and letting your feet fall gently outwards. Allow your arms to rest alongside your body, a little bit away from your sides, with the palms facing up as a gesture of receptivity. Take a few moments to get comfortable, making any small adjustments you need. The intention here is to remain awake and aware throughout the scan. But if you do drift off to sleep, see if you can meet that with kindness, rather than judgment when you awaken. It simply means your body needed the rest. Let your body feel heavy, supported completely by the surface beneath you. And once you feel settled, you can gently close your eyes. Let us begin the journey, as is traditional, at the toes of the left foot. Without wiggling them or moving them, simply bring your full, undivided attention to this small area of your body. Let your awareness travel into the big toe, the second toe, the third, the fourth, and the little toe. What do you feel here? From the inside out, you might notice a sense of warmth or coolness. You might feel a slight tingling or a subtle pulsation. You might feel the pressure of a sock or the air on your skin. Or You may feel very little at all, a kind of numbness. It is crucial to understand that this is perfectly fine. Numbness is also a sensation. The invitation is to meet whatever you find or don't find with a gentle, curious, and accepting awareness. You are not trying to create a sensation that isn't there. You are simply showing up, bringing a kind attention to a part of the body that you may not have paid conscious attention to in years. Now, still on the left side, allow your awareness to expand, to flood the entire sole of the foot, the arch, and the heel where it makes contact with the surface beneath you. Feel the weight and the pressure there. Then, let the awareness travel to the top of the foot and the ankle joint, simply resting here, feeling, breathing. From the ankle, let your awareness slowly begin to move up into the lower leg. Infuse your shin bone, your calf muscle, with this gentle, curious attention, holding this whole area in a field of awareness. Now, move up to the knee front of the kneecap, the back of the knee, the sides, a complex joint, holding so much, just feeling whatever sensations are present. And now, allowing the awareness to fill the entire upper leg, the large, powerful thigh muscle, all the way from the knee to the hip joint. And for a moment, hold this entire left leg, from the tips of the toes to the top of the hip, in your awareness, feeling it as a single field of sensation, alive with subtle energy. And when you are ready, you can gently release your focus on the left leg and let us travel all the way back down to the toes of the right foot, beginning the journey again on the other side, bringing that same quality of patient and kind curiosity to the toes of the right foot, then expanding into the sole, the heel, the top of the foot, the ankle, slowly moving awareness up through the right lower leg, the shin and the calf, resting the attention on the right knee, and then moving up into the large thigh muscle of the right leg. And finally, holding the entire right leg in your awareness, just as you did with the left, feeling its weight, its warmth, its life. From the legs, let us gather our attention and bring it into the pelvic region, the hips, the buttocks, the groin, an area where we often hold a great deal of tension. Just allow the awareness to gently permeate this region, without judgment, simply feeling, and then let the attention flow upwards into the torso. First, the lower back. If you notice any tightness or discomfort here, see if you can breathe into it, not with the intention of forcing it away, but as if your breath could bring a sense of softness and space around the sensation. Then, bring your awareness around to the abdomen, the belly, resting your attention here. You can feel the gentle rhythmic rise of the abdomen on the in-breath and the gentle fall on the out-breath, connecting you once again with your anchor. Now, moving the spotlight of awareness up into the chest, feeling the expansion and contraction here, perhaps even feeling the subtle beat of your heart within the chest cavity. Then, letting the awareness fill your upper back, the broad expanse of your shoulder blades resting against the surface beneath you. From the shoulders, let the awareness travel down your left arm, through the upper arm, the elbow, the forearm, the wrist, and into the left hand. Pay special attention to the palm of the hand and each of the fingers. The hands are so sensitive. See what subtle sensations you can detect here. Then, gently release the left arm and repeat the process on the right side, moving the awareness from the right shoulder, down the arm, and into the palm and fingers of the right hand. Now, bring your awareness to your neck and throat, an area that can often feel constricted. See if you can bring a sense of softness and openness here. Then, let the awareness travel up into your face. Allow your jaw to be soft, letting go of any clenching. Feel your lips, your nose, the cool air entering your nostrils. Let your cheeks be soft, your ears receptive to sound, without needing to label it. Bring a gentle awareness to your eyes, letting them rest softly in their sockets. Feel your forehead, and see if you can allow it to be smooth and open. Then, let the awareness fill your entire scalp and the very top of your head. And finally, take a deep breath, and as you exhale, allow your awareness to encompass your entire body, from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, all at once, feeling the body as a single, unified field of sensation, breathing, alive, and whole. This practice of scanning the body is a direct encounter with the wisdom of the body. It is much like the relationship between a skilled musician and their instrument. Imagine a musician with a beautiful lute. If the musician does not know their instrument intimately, they cannot create beautiful music. If they tighten the strings too much out of aggressive effort, the strings will snap under the tension, producing a harsh, jarring sound before falling silent. This is like a mind that drives the body too hard, creating tension, burnout, and injury. If, on the other hand, the musician leaves the strings too loose, too slack, they will produce a dull, muddy, and lifeless sound. This is like a mind that is completely disconnected from the body, living in a sluggish, unaware state. The wise musician, however, knows their lute. They spend time with it. They feel the texture of its wood. They listen to its resonance. They tune each string with care, finding the perfect balance note, too tight, not too loose. The body scan is our way of becoming that wise musician. It is the process of learning to listen to our instrument, to tune it with compassionate attention. When we find a knot of tension, we don't yank on the string. We gently breathe into it, inviting it to soften, creating harmony rather than discord. By cultivating this intimate, skillful relationship with our bodies, we can begin to live more balanced, harmonious lives. In this practice, we also experience the core truths of the path directly. We see anicca, impermanence, in the flesh. An itch appears on your arm. If you just watch it with curiosity, instead of immediately scratching, you will notice that it changes. It may intensify, and then, eventually, it will fade away on its own. A feeling of warmth in your feet gives way to coolness. A point of tension in your shoulder might pulse and then soften. No sensation is static. The entire body is a shimmering, vibrating field of constant change. And we also see dukkha and its cause, tanha. It is not the raw sensation of an ache in the back that creates the most suffering. It is our mental reaction to it, the aversion, the fear, the story we tell ourselves. This is terrible. What if it never goes away? This is the second arrow we shoot at ourselves. The body scan teaches us to experience the raw sensation, the first arrow, without adding the second arrow of mental reactivity. We learn to stay with discomfort and with pleasure, without the immediate grasping or pushing away. And in that space, we find a new kind of freedom. We are coming home to ourselves, not as a solid, fixed entity, but as a living, breathing, and ever-changing process, worthy of our deepest care and attention. From this place of embodied awareness, we are now ready to face the most subtle and challenging landscape of all, the ceaseless river of thought itself. We have now journeyed from the anchor of the breath into the living landscape of the body. We have created a platform of stability and a sense of embodied presence. From this grounded vantage point, we are now equipped to turn our attention to the most powerful, most creative, and most chaotic force in our inner world, the ceaseless river of thought itself. This is, for many, the final frontier of practice. It is the place where we are most deeply entangled, most thoroughly identified. We believe, without question, that we are the voice in our head. That stream of commentary, judgment, worry, and planning is the very essence of who we take ourselves to be. And so, the central invitation of this next stage of practice is perhaps the most radical and liberating proposition in all of contemplative science. You are not your thoughts. Thoughts are events that happen within you, but they are not the totality of you, just as you are not the storm, but the sky in which the storm appears. The practice, then, is not about the impossible task of stopping thought. To try and stop your mind from thinking is like trying to command the ocean to cease its waves. It is a futile and exhausting battle. The path to freedom lies not in silencing the mind, but in fundamentally changing our relationship to it. It is about learning to witness the flow of thought without being swept away by the current. To cultivate this new relationship, it is helpful to use powerful metaphors that can shift our perspective. Imagine, for a moment, that your fundamental nature, your core awareness, is like a vast, open, brilliant blue sky. It is boundless, clear, and inherently peaceful. Your thoughts, then, are like the clouds that drift through this sky. Some thoughts are like light, fluffy, white clouds on a summer's day, pleasant memories, happy daydreams, creative ideas. Other thoughts are like dark, heavy, ominous storm clouds, thoughts of anxiety, anger, jealousy, or despair. And many thoughts are just like thin, wispy, barely there clouds, hardly noticeable as they drift by. As the sky, your job is not to chase after the white clouds, trying to cling to them, nor is it your job to fight against the dark clouds, trying to push them away or dissipate them with force. The sky does neither. The sky simply allows all clouds, light and dark, to arise, to float through its space for a time, and to pass away, all on their own. The sky is not stained by the dark clouds, nor is it permanently improved by the white ones. It remains the vast, open, peaceful sky, regardless of the weather of the moment. The practice is to learn to rest as the sky, not to identify with the passing clouds. You are the sky. You are not the weather. Another helpful image is to imagine yourself sitting peacefully on the grassy bank of a gently flowing stream. This stream represents the flow of your consciousness. Each thought that arises in your mind is like a leaf that has fallen into the water. Your practice is to simply notice each leaf as it floats by. You can see its shape, its color, its texture. You can see it enter your field of vision, and you can watch as the current carries it away downstream until it disappears. A memory of childhood floats by. You watch it. A worry about a future event floats by. You watch it. A judgment about yourself floats by. You watch it. Your task is not to jump into the river and be carried away by the current. It is not to build a dam to try and stop the flow. It is simply to sit on the bank, resting, and to witness the natural, ceaseless procession of thoughts as they arise and pass away. You are the silent witness on the bank, not the frantic swimmer caught in the rapids. To bring this from a beautiful metaphor into a concrete technique, we can employ the simple and profound practice of mental noting or labeling. As you sit in meditation, anchored in your breath or your body, you will inevitably notice that the mind has been hooked by a thought. The monkey has swung to a new branch. In that moment of noticing, instead of immediately returning to the breath, you can take one extra step. You can gently and silently, in your mind, apply a soft label to the category of thought that was occurring. For example, if you find yourself rehearsing a difficult conversation you need to have, you can just softly note planning. If you are caught in a loop of anxiety about the future, you can gently note worrying. If you are lost in a memory from the past, you can note remembering. If you are critiquing your meditation practice or yourself, you can note judging. If you are lost in a pleasant daydream, you can note fantasizing. The label should be applied as lightly as a feather. It is not a harsh judgment or a deep analysis. It is a simple act of recognition. This simple act is incredibly powerful for two reasons. First, the moment you label a thought, you have fundamentally changed your relationship to it. If you can say, this is worry, you are, by definition, no longer lost in the worry. You have stepped out of the storyline and have become the observer of the process of worrying. You have created a space between the awareness and the thought. The thought is now an object in your consciousness, rather than the subject that is running your life. It immediately breaks the spell of identification. Second, over time, this practice of noting reveals the hidden patterns of your mind with stunning clarity. You might begin to see, wow, my mind spends an incredible amount of time in the future, planning and worrying, or there is a very strong, habitual pattern of self-judgment that I never noticed before. This kind of direct insight into your own mental habits is the very definition of wisdom. It is not knowledge from a book. It is the truth of your own experience, revealed to you by your own mindful attention. The profound freedom that comes from no longer being a slave to every thought is beautifully illustrated in a classic Zen story. Two monks, one senior and one junior, were on a long journey. Their path led them to a river that was swollen and rapid from recent rains. On the riverbank stood a young woman in fine clothing, clearly afraid to cross for fear of ruining her dress and being swept away by the current. The junior monk, ever mindful of his vows, which forbade him from touching a woman, stood back and averted his gaze. The senior monk, however, saw the woman's genuine distress. Without a word, he walked over to her, lifted her into his arms, carried her across the turbulent river, and gently set her down on the other side. He then turned and continued his journey. The junior monk was utterly appalled. He rushed to catch up, his mind a raging storm of judgment and righteous indignation. For the next several hours, as they walked in silence, he was consumed by his thoughts. How could he do that? He has broken his sacred vows. What a terrible example. What must that woman think of us? He has brought disgrace upon our order. The inner monologue was relentless, a heavy burden that he carried with every step. Finally, as evening approached, he could bear it no longer. He burst out at his companion. "Why did you do that? How could you carry that woman across the river? You know we are strictly forbidden to touch women." The senior monk stopped, looked at his junior with a calm, compassionate expression, and replied softly, "Brother, I set that woman down by the riverbank hours ago. Why are you still carrying her?" This story perfectly illuminates the nature of our suffering. The senior monk performed an action in the present moment, and then let it go completely. The event was over. The junior monk, however, picked up the thought of the event, the memory of it, the judgment of it, and he carried that heavy mental object with him for hours. He was not burdened by a woman, he was burdened by his own mind. We are almost always the junior monk. We carry around ancient grievances, old embarrassments, future anxieties, and critical judgments long after the events themselves are gone. We are weighed down not by reality, but by our thinking about reality. The practice of observing thoughts teaches us how to set them down. It teaches us to see that a thought is just a thought, a mental event as ephemeral as a cloud. We can acknowledge it and then let it go, returning to the simple, unburdened reality of the present moment. This is the path to traveling light. This is the path to freedom. It is the understanding that our prison is built of thoughts, and we hold the key to walk out of it at any time, simply by realizing that the bars are not solid. And as we become more adept at this, as we see our body, our feelings, and our thoughts as changing processes that we are observing, a profound question begins to arise. If I am not my body, not my feelings, and not my thoughts, then who or what am I? This question leads us to the very heart of the Buddhist path, to its most liberating and radical insight into the nature of self. We have now arrived at the very heart of the path, the central insight upon which all other teachings converge. It is also, perhaps, the most challenging and easily misunderstood of all the Buddha's teachings. So let us approach it slowly, gently, and with great care. We have engaged in a systematic investigation of our own experience. We have placed our body under the microscope of awareness and found not a solid object, but a dynamic, ever-changing process. We have observed our feelings and emotions and found them to be like fleeting weather, arising and passing away. We have sat on the riverbank of the mind and watched our thoughts float by, like leaves on a stream. At each stage of this inquiry, we have seen that these components are impermanent, conditioned, and not to be mistaken for a solid, unchanging core. This leads us to the most profound and unavoidable question of all. If I am not my body, not my feelings, and not my thoughts in any permanent sense, then who or what am I? The answer to this question is the doctrine of anatta, or not self. It is absolutely crucial to begin by stating what anatta is not. The teaching of not self does not mean that you do not exist. It is not a declaration of nihilism or a descent into meaninglessness. It does not mean that you are nothing or that you should cease to be. The fear that arises when we first hear the term no self is the fear of the ego, the fear of annihilation. But the Buddha was not teaching annihilation. He was teaching liberation. A more skillful translation than no self is not self. The teaching is not a denial of your existence, but a deep inquiry into the nature of that existence. It suggests that what we conventionally call a self, that solid, independent, continuous entity that we feel is sitting behind our eyes, pulling the levers and running the show, does not exist in the way we think it does. The shift in understanding is from seeing the self as a noun, a fixed thing, to seeing it as a verb, a dynamic process. It is a flowing, interdependent, and beautifully complex event, not a static entity. To make this clear, the teachings deconstruct our entire experience into 5 categories, known as the 5 aggregates, or the 5 skandhas, which in Pali means heaps or bundles. The idea is that what we call a self is nothing more than the coming together of these 5 shifting processes. Let us examine them one by one. The first aggregate is form, or rupa. This is the material world, most notably our own body. As we discovered in the body scan, the body is in a constant state of flux. It is a collection of skin, bones, organs, and liquids, all composed of cells that are continuously dying and being replaced. It is sustained by the air we breathe, the food we eat, the water we drink. It is not a separate, sealed-off entity. It is a process, dependent on countless external conditions. Is there a permanent me to be found in this ever-changing physical form? Is the self in my hand? If I lose my hand, am I less of a self? Is it in my liver, my heart, my brain? When we look closely, we cannot find a single, lasting core of selfhood in the body. The body is something we have, not something we are. The second aggregate is feeling, or Vedana. This refers to the raw sensations that arise when our senses make contact with the world. These feelings are categorized into three types: pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral. As we saw when observing our emotions, feelings are completely impermanent. A pleasant feeling arises, we enjoy it, and it fades. An unpleasant feeling arises, we resist it, and it too eventually fades. A neutral feeling arises, and we barely notice it before it is gone. Is the self to be found in these fleeting moments of pleasure or pain? If so, which one? Am I the happy feeling? Am I the sad feeling? If I am, then my self is constantly flickering in and out of existence, changing from moment to moment. Clearly, the self cannot be a transient feeling. The third aggregate is perception, or sana. This is the faculty of the mind that recognizes, labels, and conceptualizes. When light hits our eyes, it is the perception that says, "That is a blue car." When a sound reaches our ears, it is the perception that says, "That is a bird singing." This process is essential for navigating the world, but it is also deeply conditioned by our past experiences, our culture, our language, and our biases. My perception of a piece of art will be different from yours. Is this labeling process the self? Is my identity simply the sum total of all my recognitions and labels? Like the other aggregates, perception is a conditioned process, not a stable, independent entity. The fourth aggregate is mental formations, or sankhara. This is a broad category that includes all of our volitional activities, our habits, intentions, opinions, beliefs, desires, and aversions. It is the active, creating part of the mind, the engine of karma. This is the home of the monkey mind. As we have seen, these mental formations are the very definition of flux. Our opinions change, our beliefs evolve, our moods shift, our habits can be broken and reformed. If the self is our collection of mental habits and opinions, then it is a house built on shifting sands, with no solid foundation whatsoever. The fifth and final aggregate is consciousness, or vijnana. This is the raw faculty of awareness, or knowing that makes all the other experiences possible. There is consciousness of seeing, consciousness of hearing, consciousness of smelling, consciousness of thinking. It is the light that illuminates the other aggregates. One might be tempted to say, "Aha, this is it. This awareness must be the real me, the soul." But the Buddha pointed out that even consciousness is not a monolithic, independent entity. It is conditioned and dependent. Consciousness always arises in relation to an object. There is no seeing without something being seen. There is no hearing without a sound being heard. There is no thinking without a thought being thought. Consciousness arises dependently, moment by moment. It is not a permanent, unchanging soul that exists on its own. It is part of the process. So, when we conduct this forensic investigation, when we dissect our own experience into these 5 components, we find something astonishing. We find that what we call a self is like an onion. We peel back layer after layer: body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness looking for the core. And when we have peeled the final layer away, there is nothing there. The self was simply the sum of the layers. It is a bundle, a heap, a dynamic process of these 5 aggregates interacting with each other. A famous dialogue from the Buddhist texts illustrates this with perfect clarity. A Greco-Bactrian king named Milinda, who was a brilliant and skeptical man, sought out a Buddhist sage named Nagasena to challenge him. The king asked, "Venerable sir, what is your name?" Nagasena replied that he was known as Nagasena, but that this was merely a convenient designation, a name for a collection of parts, and that in an absolute sense, no permanent person could be found. The king was baffled and amused. To demonstrate his point, Nagasena turned the tables. He asked the king, "Your Majesty, you said you arrived here by chariot. Please, tell me, what is a chariot? Is the pole the chariot?" The king replied, "No, venerable sir." Nagasena continued, "Are the wheels the chariot? Is the axle the chariot? Are the reins, the frame, or the yoke the chariot?" To each question, the king had to answer, "No, venerable sir." Nagasena then posed the final question, "Then is this chariot something separate from all of these parts?" The king, a sharp logician, had to admit, "No, venerable sir." Nagasena then delivered his conclusion, "Your Majesty, you have spoken the truth. The word chariot is simply a designation, a convenient name given to the collection of the pole, the axle, the wheels, and the frame, when they are assembled together in a particular way. In precisely the same manner, Nagasena is a convenient designation for the collection of the 5 aggregates. In the ultimate sense, there is no chariot, and there is no Nagasena. Why is this insight so profoundly liberating? Because it allows us to set down the heaviest burden we will ever carry, the burden of the self. Think of the enormous amount of energy we expend every single day, protecting, defending, polishing, and promoting this imaginary, solid self. We take things so personally. When someone criticizes us, it feels like a physical attack on our very being. When someone praises us, we feel inflated and superior. We are constantly comparing ourselves to others, feeling either envy or pride. We are terrified of failure and public shame because it threatens this constructed identity. This constant effort of ego maintenance is utterly exhausting. It is the source of our anxiety, our reactivity, and our sense of alienation. When we begin to see through this illusion, even for a moment, the entire structure of our suffering begins to crumble. If there is no solid, separate self to defend, then criticism is just information. Praise is just information. We can receive both with equanimity. We take things less personally. A wave of anger might arise, but we don't have to identify with it and become an angry person. A mistake can be made without it defining us as a failure. A profound lightness and flexibility enter our lives. We are no longer a fragile, rigid statue that can be shattered by a harsh word. We are more like a flowing river. You can slash at it with a sword, but it is unharmed. It simply yields and continues on its way. This understanding also dissolves the hard, artificial barrier between self and other. If I am a dynamic, interdependent process, and you are also a dynamic, interdependent process, then we are not as separate as we seem. We are both part of the same vast, interconnected web of life. This insight is the very foundation of genuine compassion. Anatta is not a loss. It is an expansion. It is the letting go of a small, cramped, and terrified identity to realize that we are part of a much grander, interconnected, and mysterious process. It is the secret to true psychological freedom. It is the final diagnosis of our condition, revealing that the patient we were so worried about was, in a sense, a phantom. And now, having understood the disease of dukkha, its cause in tanha, and the true nature of the patient as this not-self process, we are finally ready to hear the good news. We are ready to hear the prognosis. We are ready to learn about the possibility of a cure, the cessation of the disease itself. We have now traveled together into the deep and sometimes difficult terrain of the human condition. Like a patient and a physician sitting together in consultation, We have looked honestly at the symptoms of our universal ailment, the pervasive dis-ease of dukkha. We have identified its underlying cause, the pathogen of tanha, the insatiable thirst for life to be other than it is. We have examined the very nature of the patient, this so-called self, only to find not a solid entity, but a dynamic, selfless, and impermanent process of mind and body, anatta and anicca, and one could be forgiven, at this point in the diagnosis, for feeling a certain sense of bleakness. The analysis is profound, but it is also relentless. It seems to strip away all our usual comforts and delusions. But it is precisely here, at the point of our most profound vulnerability, that the entire path pivots. It is here that the physician, after laying out the unvarnished truth of the condition, leans forward and delivers the most important news of all. This condition is curable. The suffering is not a life sentence. There is a way out. This is the third noble truth, the truth of Nirodha, the cessation of suffering. This truth is the great message of hope at the heart of the Buddhist path. It transforms the teachings from a grim philosophical analysis into a practical and optimistic path of liberation. Before we explore what Nirodha is, it is vital to clear away our misconceptions of what it is not. The cessation of suffering is not a promise of a supernatural heaven or a paradise that one enters after death. It is not a state of blissful, spaced-out unconsciousness. It is not the annihilation of the person, a terrifying slide into nothingness, nor is it a transformation into an emotionless zombie, a passionless and disengaged automaton. These are caricatures born of fear. The reality is something far more subtle, tangible, and profound. It is a state of psychological freedom and radical peace that can be experienced here and now, in this very life, in this very body. Nirodha, in the simplest terms, means cessation or extinguishment. What is it that ceases? What is extinguished? The answer is tanha. The third noble truth states that through diligent practice and the cultivation of wisdom, the compulsive, feverish thirst of craving, clinging, and aversion can completely fade away. The logic is as elegant as it is simple. If the second truth tells us that the cause of the fire of suffering is the fuel of craving, then it logically follows that if we stop adding the fuel, the fire will naturally go out. The cessation of the cause leads directly to the cessation of the effect. This doesn't mean that life will suddenly be devoid of all difficulty. The world will continue to be the world. There will still be loss, sickness, and old age. The first arrow of painful physical and emotional experience will still, at times, arrive. What ceases is our habit of shooting ourselves with the second arrow. The second arrow is our mental reaction to the first. The resistance, the resentment, the self-pity, the fear, the stories we spin about how terrible this is and how it shouldn't be happening to us. When tanha ceases, our mind no longer automatically produces this second layer of self-inflicted suffering. A painful sensation can be felt simply as a painful sensation, without becoming a personal tragedy. A difficult situation can be met with clarity and compassion, rather than with fear and aversion. The mind becomes like a deep, calm lake, whose surface is no longer being constantly churned by the winds of grasping and rejecting. And because its surface is calm, it can perfectly reflect the sky. It can see reality just as it is. This is the unshakable peace of a liberated mind. The Buddha's most powerful and frequently used metaphor for this process was that of a fire. The word nibbana, or nirvana in Sanskrit, literally means to extinguish or to be blown out, as a flame is blown out. In this analogy, The fire is the burning of dukkha. It is the hot, agitating, and consuming fire of our anxiety, our greed, our hatred, our confusion, our stress. This fire, like any fire, needs fuel to keep burning. The fuel, the Buddha said, is tanha. We can think of the different types of fuel we are constantly throwing on the fire. There is the dry wood of greed and sensual cravinga, desire for more possessions, more pleasure, more status. There is the highly flammable oil of aversion and hatred or anger, our irritation, our resentment towards people and situations we don't like. And perhaps most importantly, there is the fine, dry tinder of delusion, or ignorancia, fundamental misunderstanding of reality, especially our mistaken belief in a solid, separate self that needs to be defended and gratified. Our entire life, lived unconsciously, is an act of compulsively feeding this fire. When we experience something pleasant, we grasp for it, throwing the wood of greed onto the flames. When we experience something unpleasant, we push it away, pouring the oil of hatred onto the flames. Every time we act out of a need to protect our ego or prove ourselves, we are scattering the tinder of delusion, creating the conditions for future burning. The practice of mindfulness and wisdom is the process of becoming aware of this automatic fueling process. It is learning to pause. We see the piece of wood, the desirable object, and through our practice, we gain the freedom to not automatically throw it onto the fire. We feel the splash of oil, the insult, or the frustration, and through wisdom, we gain the freedom to not react, to not add our anger to the blaze. Nirodha is the state that occurs when we have ceased to add any more fuel. Nibbana is the result, when the fuel of greed, hatred, and delusion has been completely consumed, and no new fuel is being added. The fire of suffering naturally and inevitably goes out. What is left is not a cold, dead emptiness, but a profound and radiant peace. The mind is described as being cool, sitibhuta, no longer burning with the fevers of desire and aversion. This coolness, this peace, is the supreme happiness, a contentment so deep it is not dependent on anything external changing. So what does this look like in a human being? How does a person who has touched this freedom live in the world? It is not that they are visibly different, glowing with a holy light. The changes are internal, and they manifest in a quality of being. A person living from this state of cessation is marked by a profound freedom from reactivity. They still experience the full spectrum of life, but they are no longer a slave to it. Pleasant experiences are enjoyed without clinging. Unpleasant experiences are met with equanimity and compassion rather than resistance. There is a deep, abiding sense of peace that permeates their life, a quiet contentment that is not contingent on whether things are going their way or not. They have found a source of well-being within that cannot be shaken by the changing fortunes of the world. Freed from the constant, exhausting work of protecting and promoting their own ego, their energy is liberated for the benefit of others. Their hearts, no longer clouded by self-centered concerns, naturally open with boundless compassion, or karuna. They see the suffering of others not as separate from their own, but as part of the same human condition, and they are moved to act in ways that might alleviate that suffering. Their actions are no longer driven by the needy questions of, "What can I get from this?" or "How can this benefit me?" Instead, their actions become spontaneous, wise, and appropriate responses to the needs of the present moment. They act not from a place of lack, but from a place of fullness. They have found the light at the end of the tunnel, and their presence becomes a light for others. The third noble truth, the truth of Nirodha, is the promise that gives meaning to the entire path. It assures us that our practice is not just an exercise in self-improvement or stress reduction, though it includes those things. It is a journey towards a real, tangible, and attainable freedom. The suffering we experience, which can feel so solid and so permanent, is a conditioned state. And because it is conditioned, it can be unconditioned. The prison is not made of stone. It is made of smoke. Nirodha is the fresh air that blows the smoke away, revealing the clear, open sky that was always there. It gives us the ultimate why for our practice. Why do we sit with the discomfort of our restless minds? Why do we patiently observe our breath day after day? We do it because the Buddha, as the master physician, has assured us that a state of perfect health is possible. And having heard this incredible prognosis, having been filled with this rational hope, only one question remains. What exactly is the prescription? If this state of peace is possible, what is the precise path we must walk to get there? This leads us directly to the fourth and final noble truth, the practical map for the journey itself. We have now arrived at the final, practical culmination of the Buddha's core teaching. The journey so far has been one of deep diagnosis. In the first noble truth, we looked with courage at the symptom, the universal condition of dukkha, or dissatisfaction. In the second, we identified the precise cause of that symptom, the inner pathogen of tanha, the compulsive thirst of craving and aversion. In the third, we received the physician's hopeful prognosis, the truth of Nirodha, the radical possibility that this condition is curable and that a state of profound peace is attainable. A diagnosis, a cause, and a prognosis. All that remains is the most vital piece of information, the prescription. What is the actual, practical, step-by-step treatment plan that can lead us from the burning fire of suffering to the cool, peaceful state of nibbana? This is the fourth noble truth, the revelation of the path itself. It is known as the Arya Athangika Magga, the Noble Eightfold Path. This is where the Buddhist teachings move from the philosophical and the psychological into a comprehensive and pragmatic program for living. The Eightfold Path is not a set of beliefs to be accepted on faith, nor is it a list of divine commandments to be obeyed out of fear. It is a set of 8 interconnected skills to be cultivated, 8 areas of our life to be brought into harmony. It is the curriculum for the training of the heart and mind. One of the first and most important things to understand is that these are not 8 sequential steps, like climbing a ladder. You do not perfect step 1 before moving to step 2, and so on. A far better image is that of a wheel with 8 spokes. Each spoke is essential. If any one of them is weak or missing, the wheel will not turn smoothly. The journey will be bumpy and unstable. They are all to be developed and practiced concurrently, each one reinforcing and deepening all the others. The journey unfolds not by climbing upwards, but by deepening inwards, cultivating all these facets of our being at the same time. You will notice that each factor of the path begins with the word right. In Pali, the word is sama. It is crucial to understand that right here does not imply a rigid, moralistic judgment of right versus wrong. It does not mean correct in the sense of a dogmatic rule. A better translation of sama would be skillful, wise, wholesome, or complete. It denotes that which is conducive to the ending of suffering. So, right view is not about having the correct opinions, but about having a view of reality that is skillful and leads to peace. Right speech is not about following a list of forbidden words, but about learning to use language in a way that is wholesome and healing. This path is a training in skillfulness, not an exercise in moral perfectionism. To make this comprehensive path more understandable, it is traditionally grouped into 3 essential trainings, known as the threefold training. This framework shows how the path touches every dimension of our existence, our wisdom, our behavior, and our inner life. The first of these trainings is wisdom, or panna in Pali. This is the seeing and understanding aspect of the path. It provides the context, the motivation, and the guiding intelligence for our entire journey. It answers the questions of, why am I doing this? And what is the nature of the reality I am working with? This training in wisdom consists of the first 2 factors of the path, right view and right intention. The second training is ethical conduct, or sila. This is the behavioral aspect of the path. It governs how we engage with the world and with other beings. It is the foundation of a harmless and compassionate life, creating an external environment of peace that is essential for the deeper work of training the mind. If our outer life is filled with conflict, dishonesty, and regret, it is nearly impossible to find inner peace. This training in ethical conduct consists of 3 factors: right speech, right action, and right livelihood. The third training is mental discipline, or samadhi. This is the heart of the contemplative practice itself. It is the direct work of training, purifying, and steadying the mind. This is the inner cultivation, the forging of the tools of attention and concentration that allow wisdom to arise. This training in mental discipline comprises the final 3 factors of the path: right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. To understand how these 3 trainings interlock and support one another, we can use the parable of a master craftsman who sets out to build a perfect table. The finished table represents a life of balance, wisdom, and peace. First, the craftsman must have a clear vision. He needs a blueprint. He must understand the principles of design, the nature of the wood he is working with, its grain, its strengths, and its weaknesses. This is the training in wisdom, or panna. The blueprint itself is right vioa, clear understanding of the goal and the principles involved. His motivation, his deep desire to create something beautiful, functional, and strong is right intention. Without this guiding wisdom, he would just be a man in a workshop, aimlessly hacking at pieces of wood. His efforts would be futile. Next, the craftsman needs a proper workshop and well-maintained tools. The workshop must be clean, safe, and orderly, so he can work without causing harm to himself or his project. This orderly workshop is the foundation of ethical conduct, or sila. His toolshed saws, his chisels, his planes must be sharp, clean, and used for their intended purpose. These tools represent right speech, right action, and right livelihood. If his workshop is a chaotic mess, if his tools are dull, rusty, or used to harm rather than create, then even the most brilliant blueprint in the world will result in a flawed and broken table. The foundation of ethical living is what makes the deeper work possible. Finally, when the blueprint is clear and the tools are ready, the actual act of creation requires immense mental focus. The craftsman must have the sustained energy and joyful persistence to see the project through, even when it is difficult. This is right effort. He must have a precise moment-to-moment awareness as he guides the saw along a perfectly drawn line, his attention fully present with his action. This is right mindfulness, and he needs an unwavering, one-pointed focus to execute the most delicate and intricate joinery, a mind that is steady, collected, and undisturbed by distractions. This is right concentration. This is the training in mental discipline, or samadhi. Without this deep focus, his hand would slip, the joints would be loose, and the table would be unstable. The masterpiece, the perfect table, can only arise when all three trainings are present and working in harmony. The blueprint of wisdom is useless without the tools of ethics and the focus of mental discipline. The focused mind of the meditator is ineffective if it is guided by a wrong view or if the person's life is causing harm. And a moral life, while beneficial, cannot lead to ultimate liberation without the deep insight born of a trained and concentrated mind. The Noble Eightfold Path is this complete, integrated design for masterful living. Let us take a brief introductory tour of the 8 factors, which we will explore in much greater detail in the sections to come. The path begins with the section on wisdom. Right view is the foundation of everything, the act of seeing reality clearly, of understanding the Four Noble Truths and the nature of impermanence, dissatisfaction, and not self. Right intention is the cultivation of the heart, the deliberate fostering of intentions of letting go, of universal goodwill, and of compassionate harmlessness. These wise intentions then inform our behavior in the world, the training in ethical conduct. Right speech is the practice of using our words to heal, not to harm, speaking truthfully, kindly, and for the benefit of all, while abstaining from lying, divisive speech, harsh words, and idle chatter. Right action is the practice of embodying our ethics in our deeds, abstaining from killing or causing harm to living beings, from taking what is not freely given, and from sexual conduct that is exploitative or harmful. Right livelihood is the practice of earning a living in a way that is honorable and does not cause harm to others, avoiding trades in weapons, poisons, intoxicants, or the exploitation of human beings. Finally, this ethical foundation supports the deep inner work of mental discipline. Right effort is the skillful and joyful application of our energy, the effort to prevent unwholesome states from arising, to abandon those that have arisen, to cultivate wholesome states, and to maintain the wholesome states that are already present. Right mindfulness is the perfection of the practices we have already explored, maintaining a clear, non-judgmental, moment-to-moment awareness of the body, feelings, mind, and the fundamental nature of reality. And right concentration is the fruit of this effort and mindfulness, the ability of the mind to become collected, unified, and joyfully absorbed in its object, leading to states of profound stillness and clarity from which deep insight can dawn. This is the map that the Buddha drew for us. It is a path of practice, not a system of belief. It is a path that invites us to walk, not just to admire the destination. And it is important to remember that the path is, in a very real sense, the goal itself. Every moment that you practice right speech, you are experiencing freedom from the harm of unkind words. Every moment you practice right mindfulness, you are experiencing freedom from the chaos of the distracted mind. The point is not to struggle grimly towards some far-off future goal of enlightenment. The point is to cultivate these wholesome qualities right here, right now, in the midst of our ordinary lives. The path is not about becoming a perfect person. It is about waking up to the goodness, clarity, and peace that is already our deepest nature, hidden beneath the clouds of our conditioning. Let us now begin to walk this path together, starting with its foundation, the cornerstone of all wisdom, the cultivation of right view. We stand now at the gateway to the Noble Eightfold Path, the practical and comprehensive map leading from the shores of suffering to the far bank of liberation. Having surveyed the path in its entirety, we now begin the journey in earnest, taking our first deliberate steps. This journey begins not with an action, not with a command to do something, but with an invitation to see. It begins with the first of the three great trainings, the cultivation of wisdom, or panna. This is the guiding intelligence for the entire path, the faculty that illuminates our way and ensures our efforts are directed skillfully. Without wisdom, our practice can become rote, mechanical, and ultimately ineffective. Wisdom is the rudder that steers the ship. This training in wisdom consists of two essential, interlocking factors: right view and right intention. Together, they form the compass and the destination that give our journey both its clarity and its heart. The very first factor of the path, the foundation upon which all else is built, is right view, or samaditthi. This is, quite simply, the practice of seeing things as they truly are. It is not about adopting a new set of beliefs or dogmas to be defended. It is about cultivating a perspective, a lens through which we view ourselves and the world, that is in alignment with reality, rather than in conflict with it. Most of our suffering, as we have seen, arises from a fundamental misunderstanding, a wrong view. We hold the view that permanent happiness can be found in impermanent things. We hold the view that there is a solid, separate self that needs to be constantly protected and promoted. These wrong views cause friction, they lead to unskillful choices, and they perpetuate the cycle of dukkha. Right view, therefore, is the gradual replacement of this lens of delusion with the clear lens of wisdom. At its most conventional level, right view is the understanding of the law of karma, the law of cause and effect. It is the simple, practical wisdom that our actions have consequences. It is the understanding that actions rooted in generosity, kindness, and clarity, wholesome or skillful actions, will naturally lead to pleasant and peaceful outcomes for ourselves and for others. Conversely, actions rooted in greed, hatred, and confusion, unwholesome or unskillful actions, will inevitably lead to painful and conflicted outcomes. This is not a system of divine reward and punishment. It is a natural law, as impersonal as gravity. If you plant an apple seed, you will get an apple tree. If you plant a seed of poison ivy, you will get poison ivy. This understanding is profoundly empowering. It means we are not helpless victims of fate. We are the inheritors of our past actions, and we are the creators of our future, moment by moment, through the quality of our present actions. This view encourages us to take full responsibility for our lives. At its deepest, most transformative level, right view is the direct, experiential understanding of the Four Noble Truths themselves. It is seeing all of life through this clear, diagnostic framework. It is the view that unflinchingly acknowledges the reality of dukkha in all its forms. It is the view that intelligently understands how dukkha arises from the inner mechanism of tanha, or craving. It is the view that holds with confidence the radical possibility of nirodha, the cessation of this craving and the suffering it causes. And it is the view that embraces the Noble Eightfold Path as the living, breathing way to realize that cessation. Furthermore, right view encompasses the clear seeing of reality's fundamental characteristics, the truth of anicca, that all conditioned things are impermanent and in a state of flux, and the truth of anatta, that there is no solid, independent, unchanging self to be found within this flow. To hold right view is to have a map of reality that is accurate. Without an accurate map, no matter how sincere our efforts, we will remain lost. As our view begins to clear, as the map becomes more legible, a natural and beautiful shift begins to occur in our hearts. This is the arising of the second factor of the path, right intention, or sammasankappa. If right view is the seeing of the path, right intention is the will to walk it. It is the conscious and deliberate alignment of our life's purpose with the wisdom we are beginning to cultivate. It is the setting of our inner compass. While thoughts can be random and chaotic, intentions are deliberate. They are the choices we make about what qualities we wish to nurture in our hearts and minds. The Buddha specified 3 essential aspects of right intention, each one serving as a direct antidote to the primary fuels of suffering. The first is the intention of renunciation, or nekkhamma. This is the direct counterforce to our deep habit of craving and grasping. It is the gentle but firm intention to let go, to release our clinging to pleasant sense experiences, to possessions, to status, and even to our most cherished ideas about ourselves. It is crucial to understand that renunciation is not about self-punishment or rejecting the joys of the world. It is not about forcing ourselves to live a grim and colorless life. True renunciation is born of wisdom. It is the realization that clinging to impermanent things is a source of stress and anxiety, and that true happiness, a deeper and more reliable form of well-being, is to be found in inner freedom, not in external acquisition. It is the intention to find joy in letting go, rather than in accumulating. It is the relief a traveler feels when they finally set down a heavy, unnecessary backpack they have been carrying for miles. The second aspect is the intention of goodwill, or avyapada. This is the direct antidote to the poison of aversion, anger, and ill will. It is the conscious, deliberate cultivation of an attitude of friendliness, kindness, and benevolence toward all living beings, without exception. This begins with ourselves. We cultivate an intention of goodwill towards our own imperfections and struggles, and from that foundation, we extend it outwards. It is the active wish for the well-being and happiness of others, even those we find difficult. When a feeling of anger or resentment arises, instead of fueling it with stories of blame, we meet it with the intention of goodwill. It is a radical choice to meet the world, not with a clenched fist, but with an open hand. It is the understanding that hatred is a fire that burns the one who carries it most of all, and the intention of goodwill is the cooling water that extinguishes that fire. The third aspect is the intention of harmlessness, or avihimsa. This is the direct antidote to cruelty, aggression, and indifference. It is the deep and unwavering intention not to cause harm, either physically or emotionally, to any living creature. This intention flows naturally from goodwill, but it is more active. It is the embodiment of compassion, or karunathe, heart's ability to tremble in the face of suffering, and the deep wish for that suffering to cease. The intention of harmlessness guides all our actions, asking us to consider the impact of our words and deeds on the world around us. It is the commitment to walk through life as gently as possible, recognizing that all beings, just like us, wish to be free from pain and to find happiness. The beautiful synergy between right view and right intention can be understood through the parable of a traveler walking on a dangerous path at night. The path is narrow and uneven, filled with treacherous potholes, hidden snakes, and confusing forks in the road. The potholes are the inevitable difficulties of life. The venomous snakes are the dangers and harmful influences we may encounter, and the forks in the road are the choices that lead either toward safety or toward disaster. This traveler, fortunately, is carrying a bright, well-fueled lamp. This lamp is right view. The light it casts allows the traveler to see the path clearly. He can see the potholes and step around them. He can see the snakes coiled by the side of the path and give them a wide berth. When he comes to a fork, the lamplight allows him to read the signs and see which path leads to the safety of the village, his intended destination, and which one leads off a cliff. Without this lamp of right view, he would be walking blind. His journey would be ruled by fear and chance, and he would almost certainly meet with disaster. But simply possessing the lamp is not enough. The traveler must also have the clear and unwavering purpose to reach the village. This is right intention. If the traveler, despite having the bright lamp of right view, decides to use its light to foolishly poke at the snakes, or if he is distracted by a strange sound and wanders off the path into the dark woods, then his lamp cannot save him. His intention is unskillful and misaligned with his own well-being. To complete the journey safely, he needs both. He needs the clarity of the lamp to see the path, and he needs the wholesome intention to stay on the path that leads to safety. Wisdom is this union of clarity and purpose, of seeing and heart. This first training in wisdom sets the entire course for our journey. Right view provides the map that accurately reflects the terrain of reality, while right intention sets the compass of our heart toward the ultimate destination of peace, freedom, and compassion. These are not intellectual ideas to be mastered once and then forgotten. They are living qualities to be nurtured and returned to day by day, moment by moment. Every time we question a limiting belief, we are practicing right view. Every time we consciously choose a kind response over an angry one, we are practicing right intention. Having established this foundation of wisdom, having clarified our vision and purified our heart's purpose, we are now ready to explore how this inner clarity begins to manifest in the world, through our words and our deeds, in the great training of ethical conduct. Having illuminated our path with the lamp of right view and set our heart's compass with the purpose of right intention, we now move from the inner world of wisdom to its manifestation in the outer world of action. If the training in wisdom, panna, is the seeing, then this next great training, ethical conduct or sila, is the walking. It is the translation of our inner understanding into our daily lives, through our words, our deeds, and even our work. It is here that the path becomes truly embodied, touching every interaction we have. It is essential to approach this training not as a restrictive set of rules or a moralistic code for judging ourselves and others. Sila is not about becoming a good person in a conventional sense. It is a deeply pragmatic and psychological practice. Its core principle is avihimsa, or non-harming. It is a training in living so skillfully and gently that we cause the least possible harm to other beings and, just as importantly, to ourselves. The profound secret of sila is that it is a practice of self-protection. When we engage in dishonest speech or harmful actions, we may harm others, but we always harm ourselves. We plant seeds of agitation, guilt, and remorse in our own minds. And a mind that is agitated by regret is a mind that cannot be calm. A heart that is heavy with guilt is a heart that cannot be concentrated. Sila, therefore, is the indispensable foundation for the deep inner work of meditation. It is the art of creating a peaceful outer life that allows for the cultivation of a peaceful inner life. To understand the role of sila, the parable of the gardener is a perfect guide. Imagine you are a gardener, and your goal is to cultivate a magnificent garden filled with beautiful, fragrant flowers and nourishing, life-giving fruit. These flowers and fruits are the states of wisdom, compassion, and peace that we seek. But you cannot simply throw precious seeds onto barren, untended ground and expect them to flourish. You must first prepare the garden. This preparation is the practice of sila. First, you must build a strong fence around your garden. This fence protects the tender seedlings from being trampled by wild animals. The fence is our practice of right action and right livelihood. It is the commitment to abstain from the gross, overt actions that cause significant harm, creating a safe and contained space for our practice to grow without being constantly trampled by major ethical disasters. Next, the gardener must meticulously pull the weeds from the soil. The weeds are our unskillful forms of communication allies, our gossip, our harsh words. If left untended, these weeds will quickly choke the life out of the delicate flowers, stealing their nutrients and sunlight. The practice of right speech is this diligent, careful weeding of our communication. Finally, a wise gardener does not just remove the negative, they add the positive. They enrich the soil with compost and nutrients, making it fertile and life-sustaining. This represents the active cultivation of kindness, honesty, and generosity in our lives. Only when the garden has been properly fenced, thoroughly weeded, and richly nourished, is it ready for the planting of the precious seeds of mindfulness and concentration, samadhi. Without the foundational work of sila, the deeper practices of meditation will have no fertile ground in which to take root. Let us now explore the three factors of this ethical training in more detail. The first is right speech, or samavaka. We so often underestimate the power of our words. Words can build up or tear down, heal or wound, clarify or confuse. Right speech is the practice of wielding this power with wisdom and compassion. It consists of abstaining from 4 types of unskillful speech. First, we practice abstaining from false speech. This is more than just avoiding major lies. It is about a deep commitment to integrity. It means not exaggerating to make ourselves look better on a resume or a social media profile. It means not making promises we can't keep. It means being a person whose word is reliable and true. This creates a mind that is at ease with itself, free from the stress of maintaining falsehoods. Second, we abstain from divisive speech. This is the act of speaking in ways that set people against one another. It is the poison of slander, backbiting, and spreading rumors. It is the temptation of office gossip, of whispering behind someone's back, of forwarding a salacious story online. This kind of speech creates environments of mistrust and conflict. The practice of right speech is to use words to foster harmony and understanding, to speak of others' good qualities, and to refuse to participate in tearing others down. Third, we abstain from harsh speech. This is the practice of not using our words as weapons. It includes yelling, insulting, name-calling, belittling, and using cruel sarcasm. Even when we are angry or disagreeing, the practice is to communicate our point of view with gentleness and respect, attacking the problem, not the person. This practice can transform our most difficult relationships, teaching us to meet conflict with clarity rather than aggression. Fourth, and most subtly, we abstain from idle chatter. This is the practice of avoiding communication that is empty, meaningless, and serves only to agitate the mind and add more noise to the world. It is the endless talk about sports, celebrities, or the weather that serves no real purpose. This doesn't mean we must always be serious and solemn. There is great joy in light-hearted conversation, but it does mean we begin to value silence. We learn to speak only when we have something true, kind, and useful to say. The positive cultivation of right speech, then, is to consciously use our words to speak truth, to foster harmony, to offer kindness, and to communicate things that are meaningful and beneficial. The second factor of sila is right action, or sammakamanta, which governs our physical behaviors. Traditionally, this is framed as the commitment to 3 abstentions. First is the practice of abstaining from taking life. At its core, this is the cultivation of a deep reverence for all life, recognizing that all beings, from the smallest insect to the largest mammal, share our desire to live and to avoid pain. This principle guides us to act as protectors, not destroyers, of life to the best of our ability. Second is the practice of abstaining from taking what is not given. This, of course, includes obvious acts like theft, but its subtle application is vast. It means not taking office supplies for personal use, not plagiarizing someone else's work, not downloading content illegally. It is about cultivating a profound respect for the property of others and a deep sense of honesty and integrity. It is the practice of living in such a way that we can be completely trusted. Third is the practice of abstaining from sexual misconduct. This is not a puritanical rejection of sexuality, but a commitment to ensure that our sexual expression does not cause harm. It is about cultivating relationships founded on mutual respect, consent, deep kindness, and honesty. It means avoiding any form of exploitation, coercion, or deceit. It means honoring the commitments we have made to our partners and not using our sexuality in a way that causes suffering to ourselves or to others. The third factor of sila, right livelihood, or samma ajiva, brings these ethical principles directly into our professional lives, which for most of us consumes the largest portion of our waking hours. This is the practice of earning a living in a way that is honorable and does not cause harm. The traditional texts list obvious examples, such as avoiding work as a weapons dealer, a slave trader, a butcher, or a poison manufacturer. In our complex modern world, the application of this principle requires mindful inquiry. What does it mean to practice right livelihood if you work in an industry that contributes to environmental degradation? What if you work in advertising, an industry often designed to create and fuel the very Dharma we are trying to overcome? What if you work in finance, which can sometimes involve predatory practices? There are no easy answers here. The practice of right livelihood is not about demanding that everyone quit their job and find perfect ethical work, which may not exist. It is, rather, an invitation to bring a deep and honest awareness to our work. It is the practice of asking ourselves, does my work support a world of non-harming, or does it contribute to suffering? It is about doing our best within our given circumstances to align our work with our deepest values. It might mean advocating for more ethical practices within our company. It might mean shifting our career focus over time. At the very least, it means engaging in our work with honesty and integrity, treating our colleagues, customers, and clients with the same respect and kindness that we cultivate in the rest of our lives. Taken together, these 3 practices, right speech, right action, and right livelihood, form a container of safety and integrity for our lives. They are not a cage of restriction. They are the foundation of true freedom. When you are committed to living in this way, your life simplifies enormously. You are freed from the immense psychological burden of guilt, remorse, and the fear of being discovered. Your mind becomes calm and unclouded, a clear pool, no longer stirred up by the mud of regret. The garden of your life is now protected, weeded, and nourished. The soil is rich and fertile, Having created this essential foundation of outer peace, we are now perfectly prepared to turn inward and undertake the profound work of training the mind itself, the deep cultivation of samadhi. Having laid the foundation of an ethical life through the practice of sila, we have prepared the garden. The fence of right action and livelihood is secure, and the soil has been cleared of the weeds of unskillful speech. We have created an outer environment of peace and non-remorse, a safe container for the deep, transformative work that is to come. We now turn our attention inward to the forge of the mind itself. We enter the third and final great training on the Noble Eightfold Path, the training in mental discipline, or samadhi. This is the heart of meditative practice, the direct cultivation of a mind that is calm, clear, powerful, and fit for the task of liberation. The word samadhi is often translated simply as concentration, but its meaning is far richer. It encompasses the entire project of gathering our scattered mental energies, unifying them, and directing them with surgical precision toward the goal of insight. This training is not a single skill, but a synergistic process composed of three essential factors of the path: right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. These three work together like three legs of a sturdy stool. Without any one of them, the entire structure of our practice will be unstable and collapse. To understand how these three factors cooperate, we can imagine the simple act of bringing a pot of water to a rolling boil. The ultimate goal is the boiling water itself, which represents a mind that is energized, purified, and powerful enough to generate the steam of profound insight that cuts through delusion. The practice of samadhi is the process of creating this inner transformation. The first element we need is a source of heat. We need a fire under the pot. This fire is right effort, or samavayama. It is the energy, the vitality, the joyful persistence that we bring to our practice. The second element is the attentive cook. The cook must watch the pot, ensuring the fire is not too high or too low, and keeping the lid on to prevent the heat and steam from escaping. This attentive, intelligent presence is right mindfulness, or samasati. The third element is the state of the water itself when the process is successful. When the energy from the fire has been skillfully managed and contained by the attentive cook, the water reaches a state of powerful, stable, and transformative heat. This is right concentration, or sama samadhi. Let us now look at each of these three components of the mental forge in greater detail. First, there is right effort. When we hear the word effort, we often think of striving, of gritting our teeth, and applying brute force. This is a complete misunderstanding of samavayama. This is not the tense, white-knuckled effort of the ego trying to achieve a goal. It is, rather, a skillful, wise, and balanced application of energy. It is the middle way of effort, steering a careful course between the extreme of lazy, passive indolence on one side and the extreme of tense, anxious striving on the other. It is the relaxed, yet persistent, energy of a long-distance runner, not the frantic, exhausting sprint of someone chasing a fleeting desire. The Buddha outlined this skillful effort in a beautifully practical framework known as the Four Great Efforts. The first is the effort to prevent the arising of unwholesome states that have not yet arisen. This is preventative mental hygiene. It is the wisdom of seeing a spark before it becomes a forest fire. For example, you are in a conversation and you notice the subtle temptation to say something unkind or to embellish a story. Right effort is the conscious choice in that moment to refrain, to hold back, to not allow that unwholesome seed to be planted. It is the act of mindfully protecting your inner garden from new weeds. The second is the effort to abandon unwholesome states that have already arisen. We are not perfect, and despite our best efforts, we will still find our minds clouded by anger, jealousy, greed, or fear. Once these states are present, right effort is the skillful work of letting them go. It is not about suppressing them or judging ourselves for having them. It is about gently applying an antidote. We might meet anger with a reflection on loving kindness. We might meet greed with a reflection on generosity or impermanence. We skillfully withdraw the fuel from the fire of these negative emotions, allowing them to naturally subside. The third is the effort to cultivate wholesome states that have not yet arisen. This is the proactive side of the practice. We don't just wait for happiness and peace to find us. We actively plant their seeds. It is the deliberate choice to spend a few minutes cultivating feelings of gratitude, to consciously bring to mind the people and things we are thankful for. It is the effort to practice generosity, to look for opportunities to be of service, to generate thoughts of loving kindness for ourselves and for others. This is the act of deliberately planting flowers in our garden. The fourth and final effort is to maintain and nurture the wholesome states that have already arisen. When, through our practice, a moment of peace, joy, or clarity arises, it is a precious and delicate state. The unskilled mind either becomes excited and grasps at it, which ironically causes it to vanish, or it becomes complacent and allows it to fade. Right effort is the skill of sustaining this positive state with a light and gentle touch, protecting it, allowing it to grow and stabilize, just as a good gardener would protect a new sprout from the wind and sun. This brings us to the second factor of mental discipline, the attentive cook in our parable, right mindfulness, or samma sati. We have touched upon mindfulness throughout our journey, but here it is placed in its formal context, as the great regulating principle of the mind. Right mindfulness is the capacity to maintain a clear, bare, and non-judgmental awareness of what is happening in the present moment. It is the mind's quality of knowing what is happening as it is happening. It is the intelligent, wakeful presence that directs the energy of right effort. Without mindfulness, our effort would be blind and chaotic. It is mindfulness that notices the spark of anger, allowing right effort to prevent it from growing. It is mindfulness that recognizes the presence of peace, allowing right effort to nurture it. This faculty is formally trained through the practice of the 4 foundations of mindfulness. This involves turning the clear light of awareness onto 4 primary areas of our experience: the body, with its breath and postures; the feelings, as they arise and pass, as pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral; the mind itself, recognizing its states of greed, aversion, or clarity; and finally, the fundamental patterns or dharmas of reality, such as the hindrances and the factors of enlightenment. Right mindfulness is the master skill that keeps our attention here and now, preventing the precious energy of our practice from leaking away through the cracks of distraction and daydreaming. When the fire of right effort is burning with balanced energy, and the attentive cook of right mindfulness is diligently watching over the process, the inevitable result is the third factor, right concentration, or samma samadhi. This is the state of the steadily boiling water. It is the fruit of a mind that has been unified and collected. It is the ability to place the mind on a single object of meditation, such as the breath, and have it remain there, steady and unwavering, without distraction. This is a state of profound stillness and peace. Most of our waking life, our mental energy is scattered. like the light from an ordinary light bulb, shining weakly in all directions at once. Concentration is the practice of gathering all of that scattered light and focusing it into a single, powerful, coherent beam, like a laser. This state is qualitatively different from the ordinary, everyday concentration we use to read a book or watch a movie. Those forms of concentration are often exclusive, shutting out the rest of the world, and can be rooted in desire or attachment. Right concentration, however, is cultivated in partnership with mindfulness, so it is imbued with a quality of open, wakeful awareness. As it deepens, it leads to states of profound meditative absorption, known in the tradition as the jhanas. These are states of immense pleasure, joy, and equanimity, where the chattering, egoic self-sense temporarily subsides, and the mind becomes exceptionally lucid and bright. But it is vital to remember that even these blissful states of concentration are not the final goal of the path. They are a tool, albeit an incredibly powerful one. Their purpose is to create a mind that is so stable, so clear, so free from disturbance, that it can be used to see into the deepest nature of reality. It forges the mind into an instrument of discovery, capable of generating the profound, liberating insights that cut the roots of suffering forever. These three factors, then effort, mindfulness, and concentration, are the internal engine of transformation on the path. Right effort provides the clean, renewable energy. Right mindfulness is the skillful, intelligent guidance system that directs that energy. And right concentration is the resulting state of unified power and stability. They are inseparable. You cannot have one without the others. They are the means by which the intellectual understanding of wisdom and the behavioral harmony of ethics become a deeply lived, experiential reality. Having now forged this powerful instrument of a calm and collected mind, the path guides us to use it in the most beautiful way possible. It invites us to infuse this newfound clarity with an unconditional warmth, to use this stable mind to cultivate the boundless states of the heart. Our journey now takes us from the training of the mind to the opening of the heart, beginning with the foundational, healing practice of loving kindness. We have journeyed far along the path, cultivating the clarity of wisdom and the integrity of ethical conduct. We have entered the inner forge of the mind, learning to steady our attention through the discipline of samadhi. We have forged an instrument that is sharp, stable, and powerful. And now, the path asks us a crucial question. What shall we do with this instrument? A mind that is merely clear and powerful, without warmth, can become cold, brittle, and distant. The teachings of the Buddha are often described as having two essential wings, like those of a great bird. One wing is wisdom, or panna. The other wing is compassion, or karuna. A bird cannot fly with only one wing. To be truly liberated, our clarity must be balanced by a profound tenderness of the heart. We must be both wise and kind. And so, our journey now takes a turn, moving from the training of the mind to the deliberate opening of the heart. We begin with the foundational practice for this opening, the divine medicine for a fearful and contracted world, the cultivation of metta, or unconditional loving kindness. It is vital to understand what metta is and what it is not. In English, the word love is burdened with many complicated associations. Metta is not the possessive, romantic love of songs and poems. It is not a transactional affection where we love someone because they please us or meet our needs. It is not a passive, sentimental feeling that comes and goes with our moods. Metta is an active, boundless, and unconditional wish for the well-being of others. It is a steady, gentle, and benevolent friendliness, a fundamental warmth that we can learn to extend to all living beings, without discrimination and without expectation of anything in return. The simple essence of metta can be captured in the sincere, heartfelt wish, "May you be happy, may you be well." It is a radiation of goodwill from the heart, a quiet and powerful blessing offered to the world. From a practical psychological perspective, the practice of metta is the direct, prescribed antidote to the second of the three great poisons that cause our suffering: the poison of aversion, ill will, hatred, and fear. Our minds have deeply ingrained neurological pathways for anger and fear. When we feel threatened or frustrated, these pathways fire automatically, contracting our minds and flooding our bodies with stress. The practice of metta is a form of cognitive and emotional repatterning. It is the conscious, repeated activation of the pathways of friendliness, warmth, and connection. The mind cannot hold two diametrically opposed emotional states at the very same instant. You cannot be consumed by cold, constricting hatred while simultaneously generating genuine, expansive, warm-hearted friendliness. Therefore, by deliberately and repeatedly cultivating metta, we systematically weaken the habitual power of anger and fear. We are not suppressing anger, we are replacing it. We are turning up a brilliant light, and in its presence, the shadows of ill will naturally recede. The formal cultivation of this quality is known as metta bhavana, which means the cultivation of loving kindness. It is a structured meditation that allows us to gradually expand the circle of our goodwill. Let us walk through this practice together. First, find a comfortable and dignified posture, the same posture of wakefulness we have used before. Allow your body to settle and connect with the gentle rhythm of your breath for a few moments, establishing a sense of calm and presence. The practice begins in the most crucial and often the most difficult place, with ourselves. We cannot offer a cool drink of water to a thirsty world if our own well is dry. We cannot genuinely wish for others to be happy if we are at war with ourselves. So, the first step is to offer this gift of loving kindness to your own being. You can bring a hand to your heart if that helps you connect with a sense of tenderness. And then, you begin to silently, gently, repeat a series of phrases directed at yourself. The traditional phrases are a good place to start, but you can alter them to whatever resonates most deeply for you. Silently, you can repeat, "May I be safe from inner and outer harm. May I be healthy and strong in body and mind. May I be happy and truly content. May I live my life with ease." As you repeat the phrases, try to do more than just say the words. Try to connect with the sincere intention behind them. Feel the genuine wish for your own fundamental well-being. Now, for many of us, this can be incredibly difficult. The inner critic may arise, saying, "I don't deserve this," or feelings of unworthiness may surface. If this happens, it is perfectly okay. Simply acknowledge these difficult feelings with mindfulness, and with as much kindness as you can muster, return to gently offering the phrases. You are planting seeds in soil that may have been barren for a long time. It requires patience. Once you have established some sense of warmth for yourself, the second stage is to bring to mind a benefactor or a dear friend. Think of someone for whom you have easy, uncomplicated feelings of love, respect, and gratitude. It could be a teacher, a mentor, a close friend, a beloved family member, or even a pet. Picture them clearly in your mind's eye. See them smiling and happy. And now, direct the full force of your goodwill toward them. May you be safe. May you be healthy. May you be happy. May you live with ease. Feel the natural warmth of your heart flowing out to this person. Allow the feeling of metta to grow strong and stable in this easy context. This stage helps us to generate and recognize the feeling of genuine metta. In the third stage, we begin to stretch the heart. Bring to mind a neutral person. This is someone you see or interact with, but for whom you have no strong feelings of like or dislike. It could be the cashier at your local grocery store, the person who delivers your mail, a co-worker you don't know very well. You see their face, you know they exist, but they are largely invisible to your heart. The practice is now to include this person within the circle of your care. Picture them in your mind, and just as you did for your dear friend, extend the very same wishes to them. May you be safe. May you be healthy. May you be happy. May you live with ease. This practice is a powerful antidote to the habit of indifference. It helps us to see the humanity in everyone, to recognize that this neutral person also has hopes and fears, and a deep desire to be happy, just like us. The fourth stage is the most challenging and the most transformative. Here, we work with a difficult person. It is wise to start with someone who is only mildly irritating or with whom you have a small conflict, not the person who has caused you the greatest harm in your life. Bring this person to mind. Acknowledge any feelings of anger, hurt, or resentment that may arise. And then, as an act of profound courage and self-liberation, you try, to the best of your ability, to extend the phrases of metta to them. May you be safe. May you be healthy. May you be happy. May you live with ease. This is not about condoning their harmful actions. It is not about forcing yourself to forgive them on an intellectual level. It is a practice for your own heart. It is the recognition that holding on to hatred is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. The resentment hurts you far more than it hurts them. By offering metta, you are choosing to free yourself from the prison of your own anger. You are recognizing that this person, too, is likely acting out of their own confusion and suffering. Finally, in the fifth stage, we make our metta boundless. Having worked with these individuals, we now allow the feeling of loving kindness to radiate outwards in all directions. First, to all four people at once: yourself, the dear friend, the neutral person, and the difficult person. Then, we expand it further to all beings in the building you are in, to all beings in your city, to all beings in your country, to all beings on this continent and throughout the world, to all beings in all realms of existence, great and small, seen and unseen, near and far. May all beings be safe. May all beings be healthy. May all beings be happy. May all beings live with ease. You become like a sun, radiating the warmth of unconditional friendliness in all directions, without preference, without discrimination. The transformative power of metta is not merely a comforting sentiment. It is a force that can pacify the most violent hatred. This is illustrated in the story of the Buddha and the enraged elephant, Nalagiri. The Buddha's jealous cousin, Devadatta, plotted to have him killed. He arranged for the royal elephant keepers to intoxicate Nalagiri, a notoriously fierce and powerful bull elephant, and release him on the narrow lane where the Buddha was walking. As Nalagiri charged, trumpeting with rage, smashing stalls, and scattering the terrified crowds, the Buddha's faithful attendant, Ananda, tried to shield him by standing in front of him. But the Buddha calmly told him to step aside. He stood his ground, showing no trace of fear. Instead of meeting violence with violence, or fear with fear, he turned his full heart and mind toward the charging beast and radiated a powerful, unwavering, and unconditional field of metta. As the enraged elephant, drunk on intoxicants and fury, entered this palpable field of loving-kindness, a miracle occurred. Its furious charge began to slow. Its trumpeting ceased. Its eyes, which had been red with rage, softened. It came to a halt before the Buddha, lowered its great head, and knelt before him. The Buddha reached out and stroked the elephant's forehead, the great beast now completely pacified by the immense power of a loving heart. This story teaches us that metta is our greatest protection. The anger and hatred we encounter in the world and in our own minds are like that enraged elephant. Our tendency is to meet it with fear or with our own anger, which only inflames the situation. The practice of metta teaches us another way. It is the medicine that can soothe the most agitated heart. It is the practice that dissolves our fear and alienation, that melts the armor of our ego, and that reconnects us to the world. It is the foundational practice of the heart, and having learned to cultivate this profound wish for all beings to be happy, we are now prepared to take the next step. We are ready to turn our open, tender, and courageous heart toward the reality of their suffering, not with fear, but with the deep and active desire to help. We are ready to cultivate compassion. Having opened the heart to the boundless, unconditional friendliness of metta, we have cultivated a profound wish for all beings to be happy. We have created a foundation of warmth and goodwill. The next step on this path of the heart asks us a vital question. What happens when this warm, open, and loving heart encounters the undeniable reality of suffering in the world? What is the heart's response when it meets with pain, with grief, with fear, with injustice? The answer is karuna, or compassion. If metta is the sincere wish, may you be happy, then karuna is the equally sincere wish. May you be free from your suffering. It is the natural resonance of a tender heart in the presence of dukkha. The ancient texts describe karuna as the trembling or quivering of the heart. This does not imply weakness or fear. It is the quivering of a finely tuned instrument that resonates perfectly with the vibrations around it. It is a heart so open and sensitive that it cannot help but feel the pain of the world. And this feeling gives rise to an immense and active desire to help, to heal, and to soothe. It is critically important to differentiate true compassion from what the teachings call its near-enemies states of mind, that can look like compassion, but are actually rooted in unskillful mind states. The first and most common near-enemy is pity. Pity often comes from a place of superiority. We look down on someone suffering and think, "Oh, you poor thing. I am so glad I am not in your position." Pity creates distance. It reinforces the separation between me, the fortunate one, and you, the unfortunate one. Karuna, true compassion, arises from a place of equality and shared humanity. It sees the suffering of another and recognizes, this is our shared condition. Your struggle is my struggle. Your heart, like mine, wishes to be free from pain. Pity creates separation. Compassion creates connection. The second, and perhaps more insidious, near enemy for caring people is what can be called empathic distress or idiot compassion. This is the state of taking on another's suffering so completely that we become overwhelmed, distraught, and paralyzed by it. We see a friend in grief, and we become so consumed by their sadness that we are unable to offer them any real support. We see the immense suffering in the world, and we collapse into a state of hopeless despair. This is not karuna. True compassion is not a sorrowful, draining emotion. It is a source of immense strength and fortitude. Think of a skilled and compassionate surgeon preparing to operate on a patient. The surgeon has a deep and sincere wish to relieve the patient's suffering, but they do not become hysterical or faint at the sight of the wound. Their compassion fuels a state of calm, focused, and courageous action. They remain clear-headed and steady-handed, precisely so they can be of maximum benefit. True karuna is this powerful combination of a tender heart and a steady mind. It is the courage to stay present with pain without being consumed by it, so that we may act wisely to alleviate it. It is empowering, not debilitating. Like metta, compassion is a quality that can be deliberately cultivated through meditation. The practice of karuna bhavana allows us to train our hearts to respond to suffering with strength and tenderness rather than with fear or aversion. The practice begins, once again, with ourselves. To have genuine compassion for others, we must first learn to be compassionate with our own pain. Settling into a comfortable posture, we can bring to mind a source of our own suffering. It might be a physical ache, a difficult emotion, like anxiety or loneliness, or a stressful situation in our lives. Instead of our usual habit of resisting this pain or distracting ourselves from it, we turn towards it with a kind and gentle attention. We acknowledge its presence, and we offer ourselves the wish to be free from it. We can silently repeat phrases such as, "May I be free from this pain. May my heart be healed. May I find peace in the midst of this difficulty." This is the practice of self-compassion, of learning to be our own best friend when we are struggling. From this foundation, we then expand the circle of compassion. Bring to mind a person you love or care for who is currently experiencing some form of suffering, a friend going through a difficult time, a family member who is ill, a loved one who is grieving. Picture them in your mind's eye and allow your heart to connect with the reality of their pain. Holding them in your awareness with tenderness, you can extend the phrases of compassion to them. May you be free from your suffering. May your pain be soothed. May you find the strength and resources you need to heal. May you have peace. You are not trying to magically take their pain away. You are holding them in a space of profound care and wishing for their liberation from suffering. Next, we can expand our awareness to encompass the vast suffering of the world. We can think of all the people, near and far, who are affected by war, by poverty, by injustice, by natural disasters, by sickness, without needing to visualize every detail, which would be overwhelming. We can tap into the universal reality of dukkha and radiate our compassionate intention outwards to all beings who are in pain, to all who are suffering in this world. May you be free from your pain. May you find safety. May you find healing. May you find peace. This practice helps to break down the walls of our own small world and connects us to our shared humanity. Finally, in a more advanced practice, we can even try to extend compassion toward a difficult person, someone who may have harmed us. This requires great skill, but the insight here is to look beyond their harmful actions and see the deep suffering and confusion that must be driving them. We can recognize that their anger or cruelty is a symptom of their own inner torment, and from that place, we can wish for them to be free from the very suffering that causes them to harm others. Recognizing the suffering that fuels your actions, may you be free from the roots of your own pain. The ideal of compassion, in its most perfected and boundless form, is illustrated in one of the most powerful stories from the Jataka tales, the stories of the Buddha's previous lives as a bodhisattva, a being dedicated to enlightenment for the sake of all. It is essential to approach this story not as a literal instruction, but as an inspirational myth that reveals the ultimate potential of the compassionate heart. In this lifetime, the Bodhisattva was born as a prince. One day, while walking through a forest with his brothers, he came upon a scene of profound desperation. In a den, at the bottom of a cliff, lay a mother tigress who had just given birth. She was emaciated, weak, and starving. So great was her hunger that she was about to do the unthinkable, devour her own newborn cubs. The prince's brothers were horrified and wanted to run away, but the prince's heart was seized with an unbearable compassion. He felt the agony of the mother, driven by starvation to harm her own offspring. He felt the terror of the cubs, whose lives were about to be extinguished. His heart quivered with the suffering of all involved. Knowing that he could not stand by and do nothing, he realized that the only way to save both the mother and the cubs was to provide another source of food. He sent his brothers ahead, telling them he would catch up. Then, motivated by a compassion so vast that it completely overpowered any thought of his own self-preservation, he walked to the edge of the cliff and threw himself down, offering his own body to the starving tigress. His sacrifice saved the mother from starvation and from the terrible karma of killing her young, and it saved the lives of the cubs. This profound and dramatic story illustrates the true nature of karuna. It is not a passive, sorrowful feeling. It is an active, courageous, and utterly selfless impulse to do whatever is necessary to alleviate suffering. It is the complete dissolution of the boundary between self and other, where the well-being of another becomes as important as one's own. For us, the lesson is not to seek out such extreme circumstances, but to be inspired by the spirit of the Bodhisattva. It is to understand that true compassion is fearless. It is to cultivate a heart that is willing to move towards suffering rather than away from it in order to be of service. Karuna is the engine that transforms our spiritual practice from a purely personal pursuit into a powerful force for good in the world. It is the heart of the Bodhisattva, the courageous vow to not rest until all beings are free from their suffering. Together with Metta, it creates a complete and balanced heart that wishes all beings happiness, and a heart that courageously acts to relieve their pain. But as we cultivate these powerful states, we will inevitably encounter the internal forces that seek to undermine them. We are now ready to face these forces directly, to identify the specific mental hindrances that block our path to liberation. As we commit ourselves to this path of cultivation, as we diligently practice mindfulness and open our hearts to the boundless states of loving kindness and compassion, we will inevitably encounter resistance. The journey inward is not always a smooth and peaceful ascent. There are times when the mind, out of its deep, ancient habits, will rebel. It will throw up obstacles, create diversions, and deploy powerful strategies to pull us away from the clarity of the present moment. These internal saboteurs, these universal patterns of obscuration, are known in the Buddhist tradition as the 5 hindrances, or the Pancha Nivaranani. It is essential to approach these hindrances not as personal failings or as enemies to be despised. They are not a sign that you are a bad meditator. They are impersonal, conditioned phenomena that arise in every human mind. They are, in fact, our greatest teachers, for they show us exactly where our attachments lie and where the work of liberation is to be done. The first and most powerful step in working with them is simply to learn their names. By identifying a hindrance when it appears, we strip it of its unconscious power. We move from being a victim of a bad mood to being a wise practitioner who recognizes a familiar pattern. We can greet it, acknowledge it, and know how to skillfully work with it, rather than being swept away by it. A classic parable illustrates perfectly how these 5 hindrances obscure the natural clarity of the mind. Imagine you wish to see a true and clear reflection of your own face. This represents the goal of seeing reality as it truly is, of gaining self-knowledge and wisdom. To do this, you have a large, clean bowl of clear water. This bowl of water is your mind in its natural state, bright, clear, and capable of perfect reflection. But now, the first hindrance arises. The water is suddenly mixed with bright, beautiful, swirling dyes of red, blue, and yellow. As you look into the bowl, you can no longer see your face. You see only the captivating, alluring colors. Your reflection is completely distorted and lost in the beauty of the dye. This is the hindrance of sensory desire. Then, the second hindrance. The bowl of water is placed over a blazing fire. The water begins to bubble and boil violently. The surface is so turbulent and agitated that a clear reflection is impossible. All you can see is the violent chaos of the churning water. This is the hindrance of ill will or aversion. Next, the third hindrance. The surface of the water becomes completely covered with a thick, slimy layer of green algae and scum. No light can penetrate the surface. The water below may be clear, but it is totally obscured. There is no reflection at all, only a dull, stagnant surface. This is the hindrance of sloth and torpor. Then, the fourth hindrance. A strong wind begins to blow across the surface of the water, whipping it into 1,000 tiny, sharp ripples. You can catch fleeting, distorted glimpses of your reflection, but they are broken into countless fragments, constantly shifting and changing. You can never see a whole, stable image. This is the hindrance of restlessness and worry. Finally, the fifth hindrance. The bowl of water is no longer disturbed, but it has become muddy and murky. It has been stirred up from the bottom, and it is placed in a dark room with no light. You can stare into it as long as you like, but the conditions are such that seeing any reflection is impossible. This is the hindrance of skeptical doubt. These 5 conditions are the primary ways in which our mind's natural clarity is temporarily lost. The practice is to learn to recognize which condition is present and to apply the appropriate remedy, allowing the water to once again become clear, still, and bright. Let us look at each of these 5 saboteurs in detail. The first is sensory desire, or kamachanda. This is the mind's tendency to chase after pleasure through the 5 senses. It is the raw energy of tanha seeking gratification. In meditation, this hindrance manifests as fantasizing. You sit down to watch your breath, and within minutes, you find yourself completely lost in planning a delicious meal, imagining a romantic encounter, or mentally shopping for a new car. Your attention is no longer in the present moment. It has been hijacked by a seductive daydream. In daily life, this is the force behind our consumer culture. The constant need for new entertainment, new tastes, new experiences. The antidote to sensory desire is not to reject pleasure, but to see its nature clearly. The primary practice is to simply note the desire desiring, wanting, fantasizing, and to gently but firmly return the attention to the breath or the body. Another powerful antidote is the contemplation of impermanence. When we see that the pleasure we are chasing is fleeting and will not bring lasting happiness, its grip on us begins to loosen. We see the hook inside the bait. The second hindrance is ill will or aversion, vyapada. This is the energy of resistance. It includes everything from subtle irritation and impatience to explosive rage and deep-seated resentment. In meditation, this can manifest as anger at a distracting noise, frustration with your own perceived lack of progress, or replaying an old argument in your head, feeling the anger all over again. In life, it is the driver of conflict, judgment, and hatred. The direct antidote to ill will is the practice of metta, or loving kindness. As we have seen, the mind cannot hold both genuine goodwill and hatred at the same time. When you are feeling caught in the grip of anger or frustration, the skillful action is to deliberately introduce thoughts of warmth and friendliness. You can offer metta to yourself for the pain of being angry, and you can even try to extend it to the person or situation that is the object of your anger. This practice dissolves the cold, hard knot of aversion with the warmth of compassion. The third hindrance is sloth and torpor, or thina middha. This is a state of heavy, dull, and sluggish energy. It is a kind of mental fog. Sloth refers to the lethargy of the mind, a lack of interest or inspiration. Torpor is its physical counterpart, a feeling of drowsiness and sleepiness. In meditation, this is the classic sinking mind. Your posture slumps, your head begins to nod, and the mind feels like it is wading through thick mud. It is very different from a calm, peaceful mind. It is a dull, unworkable state. The antidote to sloth and torpor is the conscious arousal of energy, the application of right effort. If you are feeling sleepy, it is unskillful to just sit there and succumb to it. You can try straightening your posture, brightening your attention, or focusing on a more stimulating object. If it is very strong, you can stand up and practice walking meditation for a while, or even splash some cold water on your face. Mentally, you can reflect on what inspired you to practice in the first place, or contemplate the preciousness and rarity of a human life, arousing a sense of joyful urgency. The fourth hindrance is restlessness and worry, or uddhacca kukucca. This is the quintessential monkey mind, running wild. Restlessness is the agitated state of a mind that cannot settle, jumping from one thought to the next, like a nervous insect. Worry is a specific type of restlessness, one that is fixated on either the past or the future. It is the mind churning with guilt or regret over something we did or said in the past, or spinning out anxious scenarios about what might go wrong in the future. In meditation, this feels like being caught in a whirlwind. The mind simply will not settle down. The primary antidote here is to re-establish a firm anchor in the present moment, usually with the body. Bringing a very deliberate and grounded attention to the physical sensation of the breath in the abdomen can be very helpful. The deep, calming rhythm of the breath soothes the agitated energy of the mind. The body scan can also be very effective, as it draws the mind out of the abstract world of worry and into the tangible reality of the physical body. The fifth and final hindrance is skeptical doubt, or vicikiccha. It is important to distinguish this from the healthy, intelligent inquiry of a curious mind. Skeptical doubt is a corrosive, cynical, and paralyzing state of mind. It is the voice that whispers, "This is not working. This is a waste of time. I am not capable of doing this. How do I know this path is even the right one?" This kind of doubt drains our energy and undermines our confidence. It creates a state of inner paralysis where we cannot commit to the practice, and so we never get to see its fruits for ourselves. The primary antidote to doubt is twofold. First, One can seek clarity by speaking with a trusted teacher or friend, or by rereading teachings that initially inspired them. But the most powerful antidote is simply to persevere with wise effort. The practice is to treat the doubt itself as just another mental object. We note it doubting, and see it as just another cloud passing through the sky of the mind. We do not need to engage in an endless internal debate with the doubt. We acknowledge it, and then we gently return to the practice. Trust on this path is not built by winning an argument against doubt, but by patiently continuing to walk and directly experiencing the results for ourselves over time. These 5 hindrances are the primary saboteurs of our peace, but by learning to recognize them, we transform them from enemies into teachers. They show us our habits. They show us where we are stuck. The meditative path is not about waiting for a day when the hindrances no longer arise. The path is the moment-to-moment practice of recognizing which hindrance is present and skillfully, patiently, and compassionately applying its antidote. Each time we do so, we are creating a new habit. We are creating the karma of clarity, weakening the karma of confusion, and taking one more step toward the clear, calm, and reflective mind. As we delve deeper into the practice, observing the hindrances arise and fall, and learning to work skillfully with the energies of our own minds, we begin to touch upon one of the most fundamental laws of nature. It is a law as real and as impersonal as gravity, governing the entire landscape of our inner and outer worlds. This is the law of karma, or karma, in the Pali language. Perhaps no other concept from Eastern philosophy is so widely known in the West, and yet so profoundly misunderstood. The word karma has entered our popular vocabulary, but it has been stripped of its depth and power, often reduced to a simplistic notion of cosmic justice, a mystical balancing of the scales, or a synonym for fate. We say someone got their karma when something bad happens to them, as if an invisible judge were handing out punishments. We speak of good karma and bad karma as if they were mysterious forces of luck that we have no control over. To truly walk this path, we must set aside these popular misconceptions and approach the Buddha's teaching on karma with the clarity it deserves. Let us begin by being very clear about what karma is not. Karma is not fate or predestination. In fact, it is the very opposite. The law of karma is what makes genuine freedom possible, placing the power to change directly into our own hands. Karma is not a system of reward and punishment meted out by a divine being. There is no cosmic courtroom, no external judge. It is an impersonal, natural law of cause and effect. And karma is not a simple, one-for-one transaction, where a single action leads to a single, predictable result. It is an incredibly complex web of causes, conditions, intentions, and results, all interacting with one another over time. The Buddha's teaching on karma is not a doctrine of fear or resignation. It is, when understood correctly, the ultimate teaching of empowerment. It reveals that we are the primary architects of our own lives, the creators of our own happiness and our own suffering. The Buddha's radical and liberating redefinition of karma hinged on a single crucial element: intention. In a famous discourse, he declared, "It is intention, monks, that I call karma. Having intended, one acts through body, speech, and mind." This is the key that unlocks the entire teaching. The karmic power, the seed-planting potential of an action, lies not in the external act itself, nor even in the result of the act, but in the volition, the motive, the intention that precedes and animates it. This shifts the entire focus of our spiritual life from an obsessive concern with outer appearances to a deep and honest inquiry into our inner motivations. Let us consider a few examples to make this crystal clear. Imagine you are walking down a path and you accidentally tread on a small insect, killing it. The act is one of killing. Now imagine another scenario where you see an insect and, out of a moment of cruelty or frustration, you deliberately crush it. The external act is identical in both cases. But is the karma the same? Absolutely not. In the first case, there was no intention to harm. It was an accident. The karmic result is therefore negligible. In the second case, the action was driven by a clear intention to destroy. That volition, that mental state of cruelty, plants a powerful and unwholesome seed in the mind stream of the person who acts. Consider a surgeon who cuts into a person's body with a scalpel, and consider a mugger who cuts a person with a knife. The physical action cutting human fleshies similar, but the intention is worlds apart. The surgeon's intention is one of healing and compassion, an intensely wholesome volition. The mugger's intention is one of greed and violence, a deeply unwholesome volition. The karma is in the intention. This is why the cultivation of right intention is such a vital part of the path. By purifying our intentions, we are purifying the very source of our future. The process of karma is best understood through the simple and timeless metaphor of a farmer tending their garden. Our mind stream, this continuum of consciousness, is like a vast and fertile field. Every single intention we form is like a seed that we hold in our hand. Intentions that are rooted in the three poisons: greed, hatred, and delusion are like the seeds of thorns, weeds, and poisonous plants. Intentions that are rooted in the three wholesome qualities: generosity, loving kindness, and wisdom are like the seeds of beautiful flowers, shady trees, and nourishing food. Every action we perform with our body, every word we speak, and every thought we deliberately entertain is the act of sowing one of these seeds into the fertile soil of our mind and the world. Now, a farmer knows that a seed does not sprout the instant it is planted. The result of the action, the vipaka, is not always immediate. The seed needs time, and it needs supporting conditions. It needs water, sunlight, and the right kind of soil. Similarly, the seeds of karma can lie dormant for a long time, waiting for the right conditions to ripen. A kind act performed today might not bear its pleasant fruit until next week, next year, or even a future lifetime, according to the traditional teachings. A harmful word spoken today might have consequences that unfold over a long and complex chain of events. This explains why we sometimes see seemingly good people experiencing great difficulty and seemingly unkind people enjoying success. We are all living in a complex garden, experiencing the ripening of countless seeds planted in the past, while simultaneously planting new seeds in every moment. This is the central point of empowerment. The farmer is not a passive victim of their field. They cannot go back in time and unplant the weeds and thorns that are already growing. The harvest of the past must be met with wisdom and equanimity, but the farmer has absolute 100% freedom over which seeds they choose to plant right now. In this very moment, you can choose. Will you plant a seed of anger by dwelling on a resentment? Or will you plant a seed of kindness by generating a thought of metta? Will you plant a seed of greed by fantasizing about what you want? Or will you plant a seed of generosity by thinking of how you can help another? To understand karma is to realize that you are the farmer. You have the power to stop planting the seeds of your own suffering and to begin the deliberate, joyful cultivation of the causes of your own happiness and peace. The tradition sometimes speaks of karma in terms of its color, unwholesome, or akusala. Karma is said to be dark. These are any actions of body, speech, or mind that are motivated by greed, hatred, and delusion. These actions inevitably lead to dark results: pain, anxiety, conflict, and states of mental suffering. Wholesome, or kusala, karma, is said to be bright. These are actions motivated by their opposites, the three wholesome roots: non-greed, generosity, non-hatred, loving-kindness, and non-delusion, wisdom. These actions inevitably lead to bright results: happiness, peace, and states of mental well-being. Most of our karma, of course, is mixed, arising from a jumble of competing intentions. But the Buddha described a fourth and very special type of karma. This is the karma that leads to the end of karma. The actions prescribed in the Noble Eightfold Path: practicing mindfulness, developing wisdom, cultivating compassion, when performed without clinging and without attachment to the results, are of a unique nature. They do not create new binding karma that perpetuates the cycle of birth and death, or samsara. Instead, they act as a purifying agent. They are like planting a special kind of crop that not only nourishes the farmer, but also miraculously enriches and purifies the entire field, making it impossible for weeds to grow there ever again. This is the karma of liberation, the path that unravels the entire process of suffering from within. Understanding this law correctly transforms our entire worldview. It replaces feelings of helplessness with a profound sense of agency. Our happiness is not in the hands of fate or luck or other people. It is, ultimately, in our own hands, or more accurately, in our own hearts and minds. It gives our every moment a profound significance. Every time you choose to pause instead of reacting in anger, every time you offer a kind word when it would be easier to be silent, every time you gently return your wandering mind to the breath, you are not just performing a small, insignificant act. You are engaging in the most powerful creative act possible. You are consciously, deliberately, and skillfully sowing the seeds of your own future well-being, your own freedom, and your own awakening. You are becoming the master of your own garden, the wise and joyful cultivator of your own beautiful destiny. Our journey has taken us deep into the territory of our own being. We have explored the nature of our suffering, its causes in craving, and the path that leads to its end. We have examined our moment-to-moment experience and have seen the universal truths of impermanence, anicca, and the selfless nature of our own identity, anatta. We have come to see that we are not the solid, unchanging entities we once imagined. This deconstruction of our conventional reality now brings us to the most profound, the most subtle, and the most liberating insight of the Buddhist path. It is a teaching that can, at first, sound frightening or nihilistic, but which, when understood correctly, reveals itself to be the very secret of the world's fullness, dynamism, and beauty. This is the wisdom of sunyata, or emptiness. Let us state from the very beginning what emptiness is not. In Buddhism, emptiness does not mean nothingness. It is not a void, an absence, or a bleak statement about the meaninglessness of existence. It is the absolute opposite. Sunyata is the key to understanding the profound interconnectedness of all life. It means that all phenomena, without exception, from a thought, to a tree, to a galaxy, to our very sense of self, are empty of a separate, independent, intrinsic existence. Nothing exists on its own, from its own side, isolated from everything else. Everything arises in dependence upon other things. It is the space of boundless potential from which all forms arise and into which they dissolve. It is not the emptiness of absence, but the emptiness of a vessel that can contain the entire universe. Perhaps the best way to understand this is not through abstract philosophy, but through a simple, direct contemplation. Please, join me in looking deeply at an ordinary sheet of paper. What is it? We give it the label paper, but let us look more closely. For this sheet of paper to exist, there must first be a tree. For the tree to exist, it needed water. So, if we look deeply into this sheet of paper, we can see the cloud floating in the sky. We can feel the rain falling. If you take the cloud and the rain out of the paper can no longer exist. The tree also needed sunlight to grow through the process of photosynthesis. So, the energy of the sun is also here, in this sheet of paper. Take away the sun, and the paper vanishes. But it doesn't stop there. For this paper to be here, a logger had to cut down the tree. The logger needed parents to be born. He needed food to eat, to have the strength to work. So, the logger, his parents, and the wheat in the field that became his bread are all present in this sheet of paper. And the person who milled the pulp, the person who drove the truck, the person who made the tires for the truck, the person who sold you the paper, all of them, and all of their own vast networks of causes and conditions, are intricately woven into the existence of this simple object. If you continue to look, you will see that the entire cosmos is present in this one sheet of paper. It is not something that exists on its own. It is a convergence point for the entire universe. This is its emptiness. It is empty of a separate, isolated self, but it is full of everything else. The Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh coined a beautiful word for this reality: inter-being. The paper does not just exist, it is with the sun, the cloud, the logger, and the wheat. They are all inextricably part of what it is. This profound insight is not a new or separate idea, but rather the ultimate implication of the truths we have already explored. We have seen that all things are impermanent, or anicca. Why are they impermanent? They are impermanent precisely because they are empty, because they do not have a solid, unchanging, independent essence. They are free to change, to grow, to decay, to interact with other things. If a tree had a fixed and permanent treeness, it could never grow from a seed into a towering giant. Change is possible only because of emptiness. We have also explored the truth of not-self, or anatta. This is simply the application of sunyata to our own being. The self we cherish and defend is just like the sheet of paper. It is a convergence of the 5 aggregates: form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. Each of these aggregates, in turn, is dependent on countless other conditions. Our body depends on food, air, and water. Our feelings depend on sense contact. Our thoughts and perceptions depend on our culture, language, and education. We too are empty of a separate, isolated self. We inter-are with the entire universe. A beautiful and classic metaphor for this relationship between our individual form and the emptiness of our true nature is that of the wave and the ocean. Imagine a single wave rising from the sea. It has an apparent identity. It has a beginning and an end. It has a certain height, a certain shape, a certain power. From its own limited perspective, the wave might think of itself as a separate entity. It might look at the other waves and engage in comparison. I am taller than that wave, but smaller than that one. It might develop a fear of death, dreading the moment when it will inevitably crash upon the shore and cease to exist. All of its anxiety and suffering come from this mistaken identity, this belief in its own separate wave, self. But at some point, the wave might have a moment of profound insight. It might realize that its true nature is not wave, but water. It was never, for a single moment, separate from the great ocean. Its form as a wave was just a temporary, beautiful manifestation of the water that is its true essence. When it crashes on the shore, it does not die. It does not become nothing. It simply relinquishes its temporary form and returns to the fullness of its being, as the ocean, ready to arise again as a different wave in a different time. We are just like that wave. We have our individual forms, our personalities, our life stories are temporary waveness. We get caught up in comparing, competing, and fearing our own end. The wisdom of emptiness is the wave's great realization. Our true nature is the ocean. We are the vast, interconnected water of existence, temporarily manifesting as this particular life. When we understand this, the fear of death loses its sting, and the desperate need to defend our separate wave-like ego begins to dissolve. This realization is not just a philosophical curiosity. It is profoundly liberating, and it transforms our entire way of being in the world. First, it is the ultimate antidote to the deep-seated human feeling of alienation. The belief in a separate self inevitably leads to a feeling of being a fragile, isolated fragment struggling against a vast and indifferent universe. The insight into emptiness dissolves this illusion. We realize that we are not separate from the universe. We are a perfect expression of it. We belong here. We are woven into the fabric of existence just as deeply as the sun and the stars. This brings a profound sense of ease, relaxation, and homecoming. Second, this is the ultimate foundation for true compassion. As long as we see ourselves as separate, compassion can feel like a moral duty, an effortful act of bridging the gap between me and you. But when we see through the lens of sunyata, we understand that the gap was never really there, because we are. Your suffering is not entirely separate from my suffering. The harm done to the environment is harm done to the very conditions that support my own life. Harming another is, in a very real sense, harming a part of myself. Compassion, then, ceases to be a noble obligation and becomes a natural, spontaneous, and logical expression of wisdom. It is the ocean tending to one of its own waves. Finally, emptiness is the very source of possibility. If things were not empty, if they possessed a fixed, inherent nature, then nothing could ever change. A seed would always be a seed. An acorn would never become an oak tree. A mind filled with hatred could never become a mind filled with love. An ordinary person could never become a Buddha. Emptiness is not nothingness. It is boundless potential. It is the open, creative space in which transformation, healing, and awakening are possible. Because we are empty of a fixed self, we are free to change. The practice of the path is possible only because of emptiness. It is the ultimate good news, the declaration that we are not trapped by our past or our personality. We are free, in every moment, to become something new. To live from this understanding is to live with less fear, with more connection, and with a deep and abiding trust in the flowing, creative, and mysterious nature of life itself. Having journeyed through the profound truths of our existence impermanence, not self, and the radical interconnectedness revealed by Emptiness Way, might find ourselves asking a very practical question. How, then, shall we live? Knowing that reality is a constantly flowing river, how do we navigate its current skillfully? Knowing that there is no solid ground to stand on, how do we walk without stumbling? The answer to this is the great operational principle of the Buddhist path, a teaching born directly from the Buddha's own lived experience. It is the path of profound balance, intelligence, and grace, known as the Majjhima Patipada, the middle way. This principle is not a philosophical abstraction. It is the very discovery that enabled the Buddha's own enlightenment, and it provides the wisest and most compassionate guide for our own journey. To truly understand the middle way, we must look to the life story of the man who discovered it. Before he was the Buddha, the awakened one, he was Prince Siddhartha, and he lived a life that was the very definition of one extreme. He was born into immense wealth and privilege, and his father, the king, determined to shield him from all forms of human suffering. The prince lived in magnificent palaces, surrounded by every imaginable form of sensual pleasure. He was draped in the finest silks, entertained by the most beautiful music, tempted by the most delicious foods, and protected from the sight of sickness, old age, and death. He had everything a person could possibly desire. Yet, in the midst of this ocean of pleasure, he felt a deep and unsettling undercurrent of dukkha. He realized that this constant chasing of fleeting pleasures was ultimately unsatisfying, a distraction that could not touch the fundamental ache of existence. He saw that a life dedicated solely to the gratification of the senses was a shallow and ultimately hollow pursuit. This was the first extreme, the extreme of sensual indulgence. Driven by this profound dissatisfaction, Siddhartha did what many of us do when one approach fails. He swung violently to the opposite pole. At the age of 29, he left his palace, his family, and his life of luxury behind to become a wandering ascetic in search of truth. He sought out the most famous teachers of his day and threw himself into the harshest and most severe spiritual practices imaginable. This was the second extreme, the extreme of self-mortification. For 6 long years, he punished his body relentlessly. He held his breath until he felt as though his skull would explode. He ate so little that his ribs protruded like the slats of a ruined shed, and when he touched his stomach, he could feel his own spine. He slept on beds of thorns and exposed himself to the scorching heat of the sun and the freezing cold of the night. He believed, as many did at the time, that by torturing the body and conquering pain, he could liberate the spirit. But after 6 years of this brutal effort, he was no closer to enlightenment. He was physically emaciated, his mind was weakened, and his spiritual progress had stalled. He had proven to himself that this path, too, was a dead end. The great turning point, the discovery of the middle way, came as he sat near death by the banks of a river. A young village girl named Sujata, seeing his gaunt form, offered him a bowl of nourishing milk rice. His ascetic companions were disgusted by this indulgence and left him. But Siddhartha, with the little strength he had left, accepted the offering. As the nourishment spread through his body, his mind, which had been weakened by deprivation, regained its strength and clarity. In that moment, he had a profound insight. He realized that neither path had worked. The path of pleasure-seeking had only deepened his craving and left him feeling empty. The path of self-torture had only weakened his body and agitated his mind, making deep concentration impossible. The true path, he understood, must lie somewhere in the middle. It was a path that treated the body not as an enemy to be punished, nor as a master to be endlessly served, but as a precious instrument to be cared for and respected, the very vehicle of awakening. This was the discovery of the middle way. This path skillfully navigates between the two great pitfalls of human life. On one side is the extreme of Kamasukali Yoga, the pursuit of happiness through the gratification of the senses. This is the path of materialism and hedonism, the belief that the next purchase, the next experience, the next thrill will finally bring lasting peace. It is a path of endless chasing that only fuels the fire of Tanha. On the other side is the extreme of Atthakilamathanu Yoga, the pursuit of liberation through self-punishment and harsh asceticism. This is the path of self-hatred and suppression, the belief that by denying our basic human needs, we can purify ourselves. It is a path that leads only to weakness, despair, and burnout. The middle way avoids both. It is not a weak compromise or a lukewarm 50% effort. It is a sharp, intelligent, and powerful path that recognizes the body and mind as a holistic system that must be kept in balance to function at its peak. The Buddha once gave a perfect illustration of this principle to a monk named Sona, who had been practicing with such tense and ferocious effort that he was on the verge of giving up. The Buddha, knowing Sona's mind, asked him, "Sona, is it not true that before you became a monk, you were a skilled musician, an expert at playing the lute?" Sona confirmed that this was true. The Buddha then asked, "Tell me, Sona, what happens if you tune the strings of your lute too tightly?" Sona replied, "Venerable Sir, if the strings are too tight, they will produce a harsh and jarring sound, and they are very likely to snap." "And what happens?" the Buddha continued. "If you tune the strings too loosely," Sona answered, "if they are too loose, they will produce a dull, muffled sound, or no sound at all." "And what must you do to produce a beautiful, harmonious, and resonant sound?" the Buddha asked. Sona replied, "Venerable Sir, I must tune the strings just right, not too tight and not too loose. I must find the middle way of tuning." The Buddha smiled and said, "In exactly the same way, Sona, energy that is too strained leads to restlessness and agitation, and energy that is too slack leads to laziness and dullness. Cultivate a balance of energy in your practice. Find the middle way, and from that place of harmony, your practice will bear fruit." This principle of finding the harmonious balance applies to every aspect of our modern lives. Consider our relationship with work. One extreme is the workaholic, obsessively chasing money, promotions, and status, sacrificing their health, their relationships, and their inner peace in the process. The other extreme is apathy and laziness, a refusal to engage one's skills and contribute to the world. The middle way is the practice of right livelihood, working with diligence and integrity, finding meaning in our contribution, but without the desperate, ego-driven clinging to the results, and always maintaining a healthy balance that allows for rest, reflection, and relationships. Consider our relationship with self-care and our bodies. One extreme is vanity, an obsessive focus on physical appearance, or a gluttonous indulgence in unhealthy food and drink. The other extreme is neglect, treating the body as an inconvenient sack of flesh, feeding it poorly, and denying it the rest it needs to function. The middle way is to treat the body with kindness and respect, seeing it as the precious vessel that supports our spiritual journey. We nourish it with healthy food, keep it reasonably fit, and give it adequate rest, not out of vanity, but out of wisdom, ensuring our instrument is well tuned for the path ahead. Even in our spiritual practice itself, the middle way is paramount. It is easy to fall into the extreme of tense, anxious striving, constantly judging our meditation, trying to force our minds into a state of peace, and becoming frustrated when we fail. This is the string tuned too tightly. It is also easy to fall into the opposite extreme of a lax, sleepy, and daydreaming practice, where our meditation becomes just another form of pleasant dullness. This is the string tuned too loosely. The middle way is a practice of gentle, relaxed persistence. It is a joyful effort, a kind and patient returning to the breath, again and again, that is sustainable for the entire journey of a lifetime. Ultimately, the entire Noble Eightfold Path is the perfect embodiment of the middle way. It avoids the philosophical extreme of eternalism, the belief in a permanent, unchanging soul through the wisdom of anatta. It avoids the opposite extreme of nihilism, the belief that our actions have no consequences through the wisdom of karma. Its very structure, balancing the cultivation of wisdom, ethical conduct, and mental discipline, is a testament to a holistic and integrated approach. It is a path of profound balance, a way of living in this complex world with grace, intelligence, and unwavering sanity. It is the razor's edge of wisdom that allows us to navigate between hope and fear, indulgence and denial, being and non-being, creating a life that is not only peaceful, but beautifully and harmoniously complete. We have now traveled the full circumference of the Noble Eightfold Path. We have explored the profound wisdom that illuminates our way, the ethical principles that harmonize our actions, and the mental disciplines that forge our minds into instruments of clarity and peace. We have journeyed through the sublime qualities of the heart, learning to cultivate a boundless, unconditional love and a courageous, active compassion. The map has been laid out in its entirety, and now we face the great, practical question that lies at the heart of a truly engaged spiritual life. How do we walk this path, not in a monastery nestled in the remote Himalayas, but here, in the midst of our complex, demanding, and often chaotic modern world? How do we practice with deadlines looming, with children crying, with traffic snarling, with the endless demands of work and family pulling at our attention? This is where the path moves from theory to a living, breathing reality. The first and most important shift in perspective is to abandon the idea that our daily life is an obstacle to our practice. We often fall into the trap of thinking, if only I had more time, if only my life were quieter, if only my boss wasn't so difficult, then I could really practice. This view creates a false dichotomy, a separation between our spiritual life on the meditation cushion and our real life in the world. The profound invitation of this path is to dissolve that separation entirely. The truth is that our life, exactly as it is the perfect monastery. It is our training ground, our workshop, our laboratory. Our messy, unpredictable, and imperfect world is not a hindrance to the path, it is the path itself. Our demanding job is the perfect place to practice patience and right effort. Our difficult relationships are the perfect fire in which to forge compassion and right speech. Our moments of stress and anxiety are the perfect opportunities to return to the anchor of the breath. The world is not a distraction from our practice. It is the very material of our practice. This integration begins with the art of informal practice, the skill of weaving moments of mindfulness into the fabric of our day. We do not need to be sitting on a cushion with our eyes closed to be practicing. We can learn to transform the most mundane activities into profound meditations. Consider the simple act of washing the dishes. Our usual habit is to rush through it, our minds a million miles away, planning the future or ruminating on the past. The practice of mindfulness is to simply wash the dishes, to wash the dishes. It is to feel the warmth of the water on your hands, to see the iridescent shimmer of the soap bubbles, to hear the clink of the plates, to feel the texture of the sponge. In that moment, you are fully present. You are not solving the world's problems. You are simply and completely washing a dish. This is meditation. You can do the same with your morning cup of coffee or tea. Instead of gulping it down while scrolling through your phone, you can take the first few sips as a mindfulness practice. Feel the warmth of the mug in your hands. See the steam rising. Inhale the rich aroma. And when you take the first sip, allow yourself to truly taste it, to feel the warmth spreading through your body. This is a moment of pure, simple presence, a small anchor of sanity before the day's activities begin. You can practice walking meditation on your way from your car to your office door, feeling the sensation of your feet making contact with the ground. You can practice deep listening when a colleague or a loved one is speaking to you, offering them the rare and precious gift of your full, undivided attention, without formulating your reply while they are still talking. We can create our own mindfulness bells throughout the day. The ringing of the telephone, the ping of a new email, stopping at a red light, each of these can become a signal, a gentle reminder to pause, to feel one conscious breath, and to come home to the present moment. In this way, our entire day becomes a seamless flow of practice, a continuous opportunity to be awake and alive. While this informal practice is the ultimate goal, our life lived with constant awareness, it is incredibly difficult to sustain without the support of a dedicated, formal practice. To use an analogy, our formal, daily meditation is like a charging station for a battery. Our informal practice throughout the day gradually depletes the battery of our mindfulness. Our daily sit is where we plug back in, where we recharge, where we untangle the knots of the day and renew our intention. Without this daily charging, our informal practice will eventually become weak and inconsistent. It is essential to carve out a time and a space for this formal practice, no matter how brief. It is far more powerful to sit with intention for a consistent 15 minutes every single day than it is to do a heroic 2-hour session once a month. Consistency is the key. Make it a non-negotiable part of your daily routine, like brushing your teeth. This could be the first thing in the morning, to set a tone of clarity for the day ahead, or in the evening, to let go of the day's stresses before sleep. Create a small, pleasant space in your home, a simple cushion in a quiet corner, a particular chair that you use only for your practice. This dedicated time and space becomes a powerful anchor, a reliable sanctuary to which you can return every day to recharge and reconnect with your deepest purpose. As we walk this path, it is also immensely helpful to remember that we do not have to walk it alone. In the Buddhist tradition, practitioners take refuge in what are known as the three jewels: the Buddha as the example of the awakened mind, the Dharma as the teachings or the path itself, and the Sangha, which is the community of fellow practitioners. In our modern, individualistic culture, the importance of Sangha is often overlooked, but it is a vital support. To walk this path in isolation can be lonely and discouraging. A Sangha is a group of spiritual friends who can offer support, inspiration, and a mirror for our own practice. It is a community where we can speak honestly about our struggles and our insights, without fear of judgment. This doesn't necessarily mean you must join a formal Buddhist center, though that can be a wonderful resource. Your Sangha could be a small group of friends who agree to meditate together once a week. It could be a book club dedicated to exploring these teachings. It could be a single, trusted Dharma friend with whom you can have honest conversations about your inner life. Connecting with others who share these values reminds us that we are part of a larger, ancient stream of awakening, a lineage of countless beings who have walked this very path. It provides encouragement when we feel like giving up and inspiration to continue our journey. Ultimately, living a contemplative life in the modern world, is best captured by the timeless and beautiful metaphor of the lotus flower. The lotus is a flower of exquisite beauty, purity, and fragrance. But where does it grow? The lotus does not grow on a pristine, manicured lawn or in a sterile, climate-controlled greenhouse. The lotus flower grows out of the mud. Its roots are buried deep in the dark, murky, and nutrient-rich sludge at the bottom of the pond. It is from this very mud, which we might consider ugly or undesirable, that the lotus draws the nourishment it needs to grow. It pushes its stalk up through the murky water until it finally blossoms in the open air and sunlight, its petals completely unstained by the mud from which it came. We are that lotus, and the mud is the messy, chaotic, beautiful, and often painful reality of our ordinary human lives. Jobs, our relationships, our financial worries, our illnesses, our joys, our sorrows, our liberation, our awakening does not come from trying to escape the mud. It comes from learning how to skillfully root ourselves within it, how to draw the nourishment of wisdom from our every experience, both pleasant and painful. The path teaches us how to grow up through the murky waters of our own confusion until our hearts and minds can blossom in the clear light of awareness, unstained by the world, yet fully a part of it. This is the great promise of an integrated life. It is not about reaching a state of perfection. It is a path of practice, of patient and compassionate return, again and again, to the truth of our own hearts. It is a gradual, beautiful, and courageous unfolding. Our long journey together now draws to a close. We began in a place that is so deeply familiar to many of us, in the midst of chaos, feeling the low-grade hum of anxiety, the pressure of a world that never stops demanding more, and the quiet, persistent ache of a deep inner dissatisfaction. We began as a passive passenger in the storm of our own minds. From that starting point, we embarked on a journey of profound discovery. We dared to look squarely at our own dis-ease, diagnosing the universal truth of dukkha. We became investigators, tracing its origins to the feverish, internal thirst of Tana. We met the wild and untamed monkey mind and learned not to fight it, but to befriend it. We stood on the bank of the ceaseless river of Anicca, witnessing the impermanent nature of all things, and we began to understand the freedom in letting go. We found our anchor in the simple, humble rhythm of the breath, a sanctuary available in any moment. We learned to come home to our bodies, to listen to their wisdom, and release their stored tensions. We learned to watch our thoughts as clouds passing in a vast sky, realizing, in a moment of profound liberation, that we are the sky, not the clouds. We unpacked the heavy burden of the self, seeing that it was not a solid, fragile entity to be defended, but a dynamic, interconnected process. And finally, we were given a map, the great Noble Eightfold Path, and we learned how to walk it with wisdom in our minds, integrity in our actions, and a warm, boundless compassion in our hearts. We have journeyed from a state of confusion to one of clarity, from being a victim of our minds to becoming the gentle cultivators of our own inner peace. If there is a single, essential truth to carry forth from our journey, it is this: the deep, authentic, and unshakable peace that we seek is not a destination we arrive at someday in the future. It is not a prize to be won after a long and arduous struggle. It is not a place where all of life's problems magically disappear. Peace is not a place. It is a practice. It is an inner capacity that can be cultivated, a skill that can be learned, a muscle that grows stronger with gentle and patient repetition. The path does not teach us how to eliminate the storms of life, but how to find our balance in the midst of them. It does not promise us a life without waves, but it teaches us with profound kindness, how to surf. This understanding changes everything. It means we are not waiting for the world to change to meet our demands. We are learning to change our own hearts and minds to meet the world exactly as it is, with wisdom, grace, and an unconditional friendliness. And so, we leave you here, at the true beginning, not with a heavy burden of complex doctrines to memorize, but with a simple invitation. The tools for this journey are not found in a distant land or an ancient text. They are already within you. The capacity for awareness, for kindness, for peace. This is your deepest nature. The path is not about becoming someone else. It is the journey of gently removing all that obscures the radiant clarity that has been here all along. You do not need to wait for the perfect moment to begin. You do not need to wait until you have more time or less stress. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And on this path, that step is a single breath. Your journey from chaos to clarity does not begin tomorrow. It begins now, with this breath. Simply this.